Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for attending this FedCASIC session. This session is titled Data Visualization and Dissemination. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. This session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. All right. So in this session, we're going to have representatives from different federal agencies, and they're going to talk to us about the different data visualizations and dissemination systems, the challenges that they encounter, their approach to implement best practices for usability, and we're also going to have a demonstration of one of these systems. So the structure of the meeting is going to be as follows. We're going to listen to all the panelists, complete the presentations, and then at the end, we're going to receive some questions from the audience. In order for you to ask a question, we're going to ask you to raise your hand, which is the functionality with the little hand icon at the bottom of your screen. And at that point, then we're going to take your questions again on a first come, first serve basis. We'll go over this rule again once we're done with the presentation. Okay, so right now we're going to start with our first presenter, Catherine Downey and Germán Alvarado from SAMHSA. If you can please go ahead and share your screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Alda, and good morning, everyone. My name is Germán Alvarado from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, also known as SAMHSA. And today, my colleague, Dr. Kathy Piscopo, and I will be presenting some lessons learned when you involve stakeholders and data users in the process of redesigning a survey data dissemination website. Next. For this presentation, we will start with some background information on CIBISC and its stakeholders, the four major challenges that we faced in the redesign process, and possible solutions we propose when facing these challenges. Next. Next. Okay, first, let's start by providing some context on the project. SAMHSA is part of the Department of Health and Human Services, and within SAMHSA, there are centers. In other agencies, there are known as divisions. The center where we work is referred to as CIBISC, which stands for the Center for Behavioral Health Statistics and Quality. This center is a federally recognized statistical unit, which means we are legally mandated to disseminate data. Also, as a public health agency, dissemination is also part of Healthy People 2030 Plan of Action. CIBISC collects data from different sources, the general population 12 and over, emergency department visits related to substance use and mental health treatment facilities, and client-level data for treatment admissions. Next. For this presentation, we will focus on the data website redesign process and not necessarily on the content. That's a total different presentation. Here are some screenshots on how the website looks today. Next. When we talk about a website redesign, the first step is to know your audience. CIBISC has many types of stakeholders or audiences with different skills or knowledge. Let's take a look at the visual showing a range of external stakeholders depending on their familiarity with our data collections and analytic skills. From the academia, researchers, and private sector, as those with more level of expertise, all the way to the general public, students, and treatment coordinators, which tend to have more basic skills. We also want to emphasize that internal stakeholders at SAMHSA have a mix of analytic skills, given the different levels of expertise in the agency. Next. With this context, let's talk about the major challenges we faced. First, the one-size-fits-all approach, which was our primary challenge, given the different types of stakeholders and the need to have tools that fit everyone. Next. Our second challenge is legacy issues. For many years, we had three different contracts for different pages that had different user interfaces. This imbalance led to unequal levels of page traffic. For example, one page had 47,000 monthly users, while another had 15,000. The original design was more search-based, which required many clicks all over the place, and some of our online tools had short timeouts. Next. Our third challenge is the requirements gathering process. We have had several factors to consider. Internal stakeholders' trust has diminished. The lack of technical knowledge. For example, what is a wireframe? Stakeholders not having a clear idea of what they really want. And overlaps in the approval process. In other words, who has the final say? Next. Next. Our fourth challenge was program management issues, in particular delays in phase deployments and separate project management systems between the contractor and SAMHSA. Next. In summary, our data dissemination website redesign project had four main challenges: a one-size-fits-all approach, legacy issues, the requirements gathering process, and project management issues. Now, my colleague, Dr. Piscopo, will discuss the recommended solutions for these challenges. Kathy?
Sorry, can you still see my video?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Thanks, Herman, for covering our challenges. Now that he's covered the challenges we faced during a data dissemination website redesign, I'll discuss some possible solutions. These may be helpful to you when working on your own redesign. Our first challenge was the most pressing issue. Again, we have many different types of stakeholders with varying knowledge about our data collections, as well as different knowledge of statistics. Our data analysis tools and data homepage have to provide a customer experience for both kinds of users. The first thing we tackled was gathering evidence that one size does not fit all. I'll discuss this more on the next slide on testing. The second possible solution was to provide more context on the website, and we're still working on this. New users need more background information on our data collections before they can even find out what data they want. The third, which we plan to do in the future, is conduct usability testing of our products within the site. So not just the site testing, but the information in the products. Some of our products have hundreds of pages or hundreds of data tables, and that might be hampering user learning. For gathering evidence, we implemented a process of continuous feedback and discovery. This included many layers of user outreach. We held many listening sessions with different types of stakeholders to develop new requirements for our website. These listening sessions were very helpful as they supported some notions of what challenges our data users face, but also brought to light other issues. For example, users might know a specific report is on our website, but can't find it through our search. Therefore, they go to Google search to find reports on our page, since Google search functions better than our own search. Another example is that some of our staff had a second report and data repository that was a legacy site, and they preferred the layout of that site over our own. Another way we gathered evidence is through reiterative usability testing. We started with our own content owners, which are the center's power users. So when I often say internal stakeholders, I mean our content providers and owners. Then we rolled out to agency-wide testing, both those that use and don't use our site. Then we moved to external stakeholder groups such as researchers, and then to the general public. The second main challenge was legacy issues. These are contractual issues as well as design philosophy behind the original builds. We quickly moved the website from 3 contracts to 1 to allow for better alignment and look and feel, as well as budget efficiencies. We moved away from a completely search-based design. The original design philosophy was to model Google search into simplicity. However, our search engine or tagging wasn't as sophisticated as Google, of course. Also, novice users wanted more explanations without having to click. We also increased our budget to fix years of technical debt, such as grading analytic code. And finally, we created APIs, or application programming interfaces. These allowed us to mirror content from our website to the other site and create a more seamless customer experience. The next slide will show an example. So here we have the data site before and after we had an API, and on the left is before, on the right is after. On the right, you'll see in red that we are mirroring some of the data files and analytic tools that we have on our data file site to the data site so that they look more like one experience. One of the toughest challenges was improving our requirements gathering process. Luckily, we've developed 5 possible solutions for this, and I'll go through each on subsequent slides. Internal stakeholders, meaning those that own and create the content in our center, had their trust diminished through lack of transparency. We now lead the project in a more collaborative way by sharing all wireframes and sending weekly updates on projects. We also have less gatekeeping with our contractor and have more design discussions with them and our content owners. It additionally helps that the offices within our center, the 5 other ones, have built web teams with points of contact for engagement and also decision continuity. We also had to look for ways to continually educate and provide context for our content owners. Web design and usability testing are highly specialized knowledge bases that are separate from the area of expertise of our content owners, who are usually statisticians and social science analysts. We have to take a step back during discussions and describe how personas or wireframes fit into the design process. Instead of just emails with no context, we have walkthroughs or demos of new versions of the website for the content owners. We also record these demos and send them around. One huge issue is helping internal stakeholders, again, content owners such as statisticians, figure out what they might like. You probably have this issue too. Early in the redesign, we asked internal stakeholders to send lists of websites they liked and why. This led to a comparative analysis across those sites and summaries of liked practices. Sometimes we also have staff say it should just look like X, especially the CDC website, very passionately. It's often the website from the previous government job, and we get this a lot. A good compromise is to discuss and leverage particular elements of the websites that are liked. We also try to balance this with focusing on evidence we gather through user testing and to remind stakeholders that we must back evidence-based decisions when possible. We work with 3 other offices that produce and own content on our websites. Plus, we have another office, the Office of Director, that has oversight for our center. Figuring out who should see what content and when has been daunting. For example, the other offices might not need to see interim information architecture or wireframes, but should sign off on certain design and content. Early on, we tried to establish a responsibility and assignment matrix or RACI chart for our redesign deliverables. A policy and process chart can also help in having who does what all in one place. Redesigning a website is a long process. You may lose points of contact from other offices during it. While the lack of continuity can be bad, we have learned that new staff members may be a positive. They bring a fresh perspective as they are novice data users, which to us is an important user group. For them, though, it's important to provide walkthroughs and demos so that they can understand the problems we want to address. They are also great feedback for your documentation and your standard operating procedures. Our final challenge for our redesign is project management issues. In the past year or so, we had a couple of delays with major deployments. During a sprint debrief, we realized that it was because of scope creep. Often website stakeholders will ask for X improvement, and of course, our contractor will say yes to make us happy. However, the piece missing was a risk assessment of how additional features or content would impact deadlines. So now it's standard practice to discuss risk assessments and in particular payoff matrices. Lastly, IT contracts are very different from statistical services or data collection service contracts. Many IT contractors use Atlassian software for project management, particularly Confluence and Jira. Jira uses a ticket system so that you can track the implementation of improvements as well as a change control process. This is a great way to get your discussions out of your inbox and into a tracking system. However, many content owners, such as statisticians, don't know these project management tools. And one thing we are struggling with at SAMHSA is how to implement this agency-wide with certain security firewalls between us and the contractors. So we know this was a lot of information. In summary, learn the hard way, that developing good practices takes time. Sometimes you, the project manager, have to switch lanes between different specialty areas. You also have to think about the other cars, where they are, and when they're critical. Processes should include continuous testing, and this makes it easier to make evidence-based decisions on your redesign. And hopefully this will add clarity and inform different tools for different audiences. And Herman and I are excited to announce that tomorrow we will be releasing the results of this redesign. So tomorrow night, it'll be released at samhsa.gov/data. And here are our email addresses in case you have any questions, and FedCASIC will post the slides.
Thank you very much, Catherine and Herman, for your presentation, and congratulations on your release tomorrow. Okay, so our next presenters are Ning Wang and Tiffany Julia from the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics.
Okay, just give me a moment. Let me share in my screen. All right, can you see the screen okay?
Yep, we're good.
Yes.
All right, I'll go ahead and get started. My name is Tiffany Julian. I'm here from the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, and this is Ning Wang. He is one of our ORISE fellows. He recently got his PhD in using multimedia communication to communicate science to a lay audience. So we're really excited to have him. So we'll be presenting today to give you some strategies for building website embedded data visualization tools. All right, so there are 3 main points that I'd like to sort of drive home as we get started. One is that good data is completely useless if people can't access it in a way that's understandable. Second, as statistical agencies, we're pretty much the best there is when it comes to collecting data, but in a lot of ways, we still have a lot to learn when it comes to website design. So our goals today are to talk about how user experience is driven by the human mind, by our emotions, and by our individual experiences. And then we'll give you some tips and techniques that will help you strategize around each of these drivers of experience. So with that, I will pass it over to Ning.
All right, thank you so much, Tiffany. And thank you everyone for being here today. In this talk, we will suggest 9 strategies and a framework that considering both general and individual cognitive and emotional experiences. The framework we name is ICE framework because it considers 3 major user experience dimensions, including users' inclusiveness, cognitive efficiency, and emotional engagement. In this talk, the cognitive efficiency indicates how much knowledge a user has learned in relation to the time and effort they invested in the knowledge acquisition process. The emotional engagement indicates using data to design to increase users' excitement and reach a high motivation of exploring the data sets in the data tools. And lastly, the inclusiveness dimension in this framework is about considering the data to design to support the cognitive and emotional experiences. These 3 dimensions in this ICE framework are related to each other, and they are not isolated. They should be considered holistically in a systematic way. And this is also true for these 9 strategies that we're going to share today. In this talk, we're going to present the 9 strategies in 3 groups, and the 3 strategies for each of the dimensions. In the following slides, we will explain them one by one. Okay, the first dimension is focusing on human cognition. The first cognitive strategy, called the redundant, is designed based on the fact that our brain can only hold a very small amount of information to complete those cognitive tasks. And to be efficient, our brain will try to integrate new coming information to our pre-existing knowledge to process the information faster. So therefore, efficiently use the limited cognitive resources in our users is important for them to increase the cognitive efficiency. The cut redundant strategy suggests that we should evaluate what parts in our data tools are necessary and relevant to our users, and cut or replace the parts that are not necessary or irrelevant. One potential application of the strategy is to reduce the actual mental effort of learning to use some data tools, because government data can be very diverse, and accordingly, the wide embedded data tools can be designed very differently from each other, and this may cause actual time and effort from our users to learn each of them, and this is actually redundant for users' goals because they are now directly contributed to their values or their reasons to being in our website. So therefore, it will be better to remove the unnecessary data tool functions or those contents. And we can also consider to standardize those data tool framework to make them easier, to make our users easier to understand how to use different data tools because they're in the same standard. Of course, we can also consider what our users' habits are and try to design those data tools to match their habits, use their pre-existing knowledge to help them to use those data tools more efficiently. Second, after remove the unnecessary part, we can also consider how we can manage the necessary information better. One useful strategy is to segment the bulk of the information into different parts and deliver them to our users separately, one at a time. This strategy can be more effective when we try to creating those interactive functions for data tools and try to help users to control their pace of learning. Give them the control, give them the ability to focus on their personal relevant piece of the whole information one at a time, and to achieve a potential better cognitive efficiency. The third one is when a data tool contains both visuals and textual information, we can apply multimedia learning strategies to better manage the cognitive load. For example, this a spatial contiguity strategy is about the space between text and visuals on screens. It suggests that users will learn information much better when relevant text and the visuals are close to each other. So this may sound simple, but actually many wide embedded data tools have a fixed layout. And meaningful textual information like filter selections can be remote from the data visualizations. So this strategy can be especially useful for considering the design of those interactive data tools. And when we're considering how to enhance the emotional engagement of a data tool, the first strategy that we recommend is to consider design a hook for a data tool in the website, especially those survey publication website with stories, and use this hook to engage users, inspire them to explore the full function or the full data set of the data tools. Just like movies, use those short starting scene to gather audience excited and become curious about a later part. We may consider designing the default view of the data tools as an engaged figure or infographic to engage our page users and redirect them to our actual full function data tools or other interactives. This strategy could be especially useful for data tools that embedded to story-based publications or surveys, of course. taking advantage of the interactive feature of the data tools. This default view can also be useful to show people an example of using the data tool and inspire them to explore more. And second, storytelling is a very common strategy to use for the web designer to engage people. But data storytelling has its own features. A data story can be considered in 4 basic elements, including context, narratives, data, and the visual designs. The important information of a data story is mostly carried by its data, but narrative is also important in helping explain those data. The context can be helpful in improving the interpretation of data for individuals, and visual design can be used to enhance the cognitive efficiency of understanding the data. To make government data tools better serve their purposes, we should consider these 4 elements of the data storytelling holistically and trying to maybe we can start considering using some current AI technology to give some automatic, for example, automatic narratives for visualizations, or based on the user's feature to give them some appropriate context to help them understand the data better, interpret the data better. And we have those all kinds of potentials to customize data stories for users to create their own visualizations and stories. In this way, we may improve the user's emotional engagement and as well as their understanding. Okay, also we may consider to provide a game-like experience for users to enhance their emotional engagement. Game-like data tools should have some simple functions, but provide enough freedom and enough depth of the data set. So that our users can play with the data to explore different ways of visualizing and understanding the data set they're looking at. A data-like data tool should maximize the ability of users to create their own visualizations and also try to share them. Common rewards, rewards are important element in games to keep users' attention. And for data tools, common rewards can be like giving them some new insights, giving the user some new insights, or developing some new ideas for users, giving them some joy of knowing those new information. In this process, it is important to use those cognitive strategies to match the amount of the information in certain level, because we don't want to overwhelm our users or getting them bored. Lastly, a data tool design should also consider different users. One strategy that has been proven to be useful to enhance inclusiveness is to increase the representations for the same topic. Potential beneficial functions of multiple representations can be considered into 3 major groups. The first one is providing complementary information. Second is to constrain the interpretation. And the third one is constructing deeper understanding. So using this multiple representation strategy, we can show different angles or different levels of details of information about one data set and help our users have a more holistic view of this data set. We can also reduce the potential misinterpretations of the data set or visualization by providing multiple visualizations. So they can relevant and compare different visualization to shape their understanding on the same topic. And this strategy may also help all kinds of users to have better understanding of the data sets in those data tools. So therefore, based on the data set and the user's features, we can consider to increase visual or verbal or both representations of the same data set using either one or multiple data tools. So for here, we can notice that this multiple representation strategy can also be used in different scales. We can get involved considering multiple design for different data tools to serve the same goals. For example, we can tell one data story by designing multiple data tools. The representations can be from very simple to complex, from serve people just positively receiving those information to those people who are actively engaged in exploring or interpreting those data sets, and from lay users who don't have a lot of background on those data sets to those experts who have rich experience of about the data set. And this strategy it can be used it's very fundamental, so it can be used in many considerations of designing a data tool. Also, a recent social media analysis report showing the 3 common reasons that people go online, including finding the communities they think they're belonging to, sharing experience or insights, and obtaining some new information. It reminds us that people online are not only as individuals, but also more and more people start sharing and getting information inside their belonging communities. Therefore, it's important to design data tools to empower our users to create their own visualizations and share them in their own communities, especially on social media. This could be an efficient way to diversify and increase data to users, and to get users beyond the bandwidth. To inspire users to share the information or insights in the data, and using the data to create their own visualizations, share ideas through the data tool easy is very important for considering a data tool. And to do so, we may also considering to create some sharing templates when they click the sharing button, and optimize the geographic tags, narratives according to the user created visualization. Try to make it easy for user to share their generated visualizations and enrich their sharing posts.
Nick, I'm just gonna give you a heads up. We have 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Yes, well, thank you.
No, go ahead.
All right. So the last strategy we try to share is to conduct the motivator analysis. This graph lists the most common groups of motivators for online activities, and it was designed for companies for considering their marketing strategies, but it can be also useful for considering the motivations of data users. We not only need to design this data tools to serve common types of the motivations and common types of users come to our website, we should also consider try to maximize the potential usefulness of the data to serve different motivations for users who remain unaware of value of a data set for them. And so let's say we try to highlight that all these strategies are definitely not exclusive. They are just some examples of applying the framework to consider the design strategies. You can see the connections of these strategies that was suggested, and each dimension, each strategy represents a type of solution at certain scope or position. From dealing with unnecessary information to manage the cognitive efficiency of necessary information, from using a single interesting element to trigger situational emotional engagement, to using the whole design to create a more continuous engagement, and from human level psychology strategy to individual analysis. In summary, the purpose of this framework and knowledge strategy is to provide you a way to consider the user experience and design strategy in a more systematical way, and we hope this framework can support you to consider the designs and consider developing your own strategies. We hope you enjoyed the talk, and please feel free to ask our questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ning and Tiffany. Our next presenter is Francis Smart from Senseo Consulting Group and Isa Booth from the General Services Administration.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Let me check to see if the, okay, here we go. Thank you so much. So my name is Isa Aboud. I work at the Federal Acquisition Service at the General Services Administration. I'm here with Francis Smart from Senseo Consulting. Today we are presenting the process and associated methodology to ensure certain documents are 508 compliant per the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Please keep in mind that nothing we say here is intended to suggest that GSA endorses this approach as a global best practice for every situation. Instead, the methodology we use in the solution presented was assessed for alignment with our leadership strategic direction. So what you see here is not the setting of a new strategy, but it's a tactical approach to an existing business strategy. So let's look at the outline here. So we will start off by giving you the objective. This is just to give you context on how and why we embarked on this effort. We will talk about data sources, cover native document formats. The documents, when we start with them, they start as raw text. We'll talk about the output of the document requirements, and then finish up with our 7-point solution. Okay, so to give you context for this effort, we work with wage determination files. These files show the minimum wages that are associated with different types of occupations. Okay, the content of these files is not important for our discussion, but it's important to note that each state and county has its own wage determination file. So you can imagine we end up with thousands of files that we need to work with and get them to compliance. Okay. We pull these files from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The files have the text, they're text files. Okay, that's their format, so they are not 508 compliant. After we pull those files, we post the wage determinations on gsa.gov. Keep in mind that the wages are officially incorporated into contracts, so it is important that these are readily available for reference to both contractors as well as government acquisition officials. Okay. The last point I want to make in describing our objective, we want these files to be 508 compliant before we post them on the GSA site, because we want to provide people with disabilities access to information comparable to the access available to those without disabilities. Again, this is per Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. I will now turn it over to Francis, who can take you through the process, the challenges, and solutions to meet our objective.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm not seeing where I can turn on my camera once I start presenting, so I'm just going to keep it off for now. So I'm going to talk about the files that we're accessing. The files we're accessing are files that are hosted on sam.gov. They are generated by Bureau of Labor Statistics. There's approximately 900 files which we need to access, and basically you go to sam.gov, you click on wage determination, and then you see that there's these different contracts, and then that brings you to a new page, and you can download the documents, and these documents come in plain text. These documents, which they're between 5 and 15 pages each, about 1,500 to 5,000 words. Documents have tables, as you can see, but the tables are delimited by spaces as opposed to conventional tabs or commas. Tables have hierarchies, so you can see that materials handling and packaging occupations up here on the top. Then you have a bunch of occupations which fit under that category. Then you have mechanics and maintenance and repair occupations, and you have a bunch of occupations that fit under that. Some of them are multi-road. You can see that highlighted down here, the air crew, life support equipment mechanic, level 1, and then the next row, which is cut off, would be level 2, etc. So it does present a little bit of a challenge. So far, what we've been doing is, because it's such a large task, and we want these files to be able to be referenced by contractors and people on GSA, as the need arises. We do an annual snapshot, and we restrict the documents, or we compose a single set of documents, which is between 10 and 20 documents, and these documents are 508 compliant. Which means, importantly for us, we want to be able to open them and have it readable by OCR, or basically readable text, so that can be translated into spoken word. We want the tags to tag important elements of the text, of the document, so that someone who is less capable, who is not cited, can see, can know what the title of the page is. And we also importantly want to tag the tables, which means the headers need to have a particular header tag, and the columns and rows, you need to be able to move vertically through the columns and be able to tell you what the value is in that column, and as well as the rows, which means you're able to navigate horizontally. So we have a 7-point task list, which gives us our solution. So we first need to construct a list of files to download. And we use Selenium to do that. We download 900 of these 900 files. Then we need to parse text of these documents into rows. We combine those, the parsed documents, into new tables, and we assign HTML tags in Python. We convert those tables to MS Word, which our solution was, when we were working with the 508 compliance team, was that the Word seemed to give us the best results. We tried a number of different approaches. Then we apply a uniform table formatting in Word just to help some of the visual aspects of it. And then we finally convert those into a PDF from Microsoft Word. So web scraping, I don't know how many people have had experience with that. We use the Selenium package, which is basically a driver. It allows a user to write script that remotely controls a web browser, and then you're able to access what the web browser sees. And then we use the Beautiful Soup package from Python, which allows you to extract content of scraped websites using CSS tags. Both of them are powerful approaches, widely used. So what that looks like, so you send the driver to a location. The standard URL is the list of standard places. And so this is an example of, you can see the sam.gov document. So there's 900 items in there, 11,000 lines of plain text. We wait 5 seconds. Then we loop through each CSS tag match. And then that returns the list for a list, which we then convert into a spreadsheet. And that's just to get the list of 900 files that we need to download approximately. And then from there, each of the files, we basically do a similar routine where we loop through each item in the list. We grab the website, or we navigate to the website. You can see we sleep for another, I think that's just 30 seconds. And then we grab some content. There's some intermediate elements that we're cleaning up a bit. And then we write the text file, which we extracted to the local disk. And then, so how do we parse 900 lengthy text files? That's regex. Regex is great. I don't know how many people use it, but the more I use it, the happier I am with it. Regex is a powerful text searching language. Most modern programming languages have some regex interpreter available. So when we're parsing, I'll just go through real quick what that looks like. So this command on the bottom is the entire parser for each row, and it will match each row one at a time. And this is in Python code. So it matches the title of the job title, basically that content there. If there's a footnote, there's sometime a foot.
Are you there, Francis?
HTML, the top part is this. It's basically a standard table that all of the documents have. There's occupation code, a footnote, and a rate. So the header of the table is the same. And then we just have to input the elements, which are V0, V1, and V2 into, and basically we print it into an HTML table. Yep. So the HTML tables generated look like this. So they basically look the same as what we had before, except you can see that there's no movement on the right. Yeah, we can see the header tag. Our headers are tagged. The line leading. Well, we kept the leading white space preserved because the source document, even though it had hierarchy, it didn't really have additional column to indicate hierarchy. It just used additional spacing, and we don't want to have to assign an additional column. And then you can see on the right that the rate is basically vertically aligned perfectly, which this indicates that the table has been is being interpreted correctly as a table. There's other tools. So then we convert to Word files, and they basically look more or less as they did before. And then within Word, as our sixth part of our 7-part task of converting these files, we apply some, I use a macro to assign row highlighting throughout the document so that they have consistent formatting. That just helps for readability, especially when we have these multi-row lines. And then when we convert to PDFs, it's just a standard save as PDF, and it looks more or less like we like it to look like. And so our overall solution is to construct a list of files to download using Selenium and Beautiful Soup. We download the 900 text files. We parse the text documents, tables and rows, combine into a handful of large tagged HTML files, convert tables to MS Word files, apply uniform table formatting, and convert files to PDFs. So overall, it works. It was a bit of an ad hoc solution to what was previously a manual task, but it's really not the best solution. The best solution would be one where we could interact with the data maybe through an API, where we can generate the tables using some kind of a PDF writer right out of Python. We can so yeah, because we don't really want to be downloading the 900 files. Yeah, there should be almost every aspect of this we don't really want to be downloading the 900 files from Selenium. I mean, from the website. It's a little unstable. If someone thinks we're a bot, they might put human checks in there, in which case this whole approach would kind of stop working. We don't ideally even want to have to parse the tables. We want to be able to access the BLS data through an API when we combine it into a PDF, which is 508 compliant. We ideally are able to write directly using Python. So there's a package I started looking into recently because our next round is coming up for generating these reports using Report Lab. And if that doesn't generate, maybe jumping in and editing the source code of FPDF might be an option. Or looking to other languages outside of Python. Python is, I think, perhaps the most widely used language, so I figured it probably had the most set of potential packages. So thank you for your time. Any questions? I guess I'd like to say, even though we have these caveats that there could be a better solution, I still think that our solution is a good one to present, as it is one which would fit for any kind of tabular data, any time that you want to be able to generate 508 compliant documents using, for instance, automated report generation, even if you're not sourcing from an alternative source. And you probably still want to have your documents to be accessible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis and Isa, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Jessica Burnett from the U.S. Census Bureau.
All right, hopefully you can hear me. Let me go ahead and share.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Sorry, get myself situated. Okay. All right, so my name is Jessica, and I work in the Dissemination Outreach branch at the U.S. Census Bureau. One of the jobs in our branch is to help in showing people how to access data.census.gov. And we've been working to make a lot of improvements to the site, but today I just want to focus on the mapping capabilities that we have and just show you some of the newer functionality that we've added to enhance the mapping experience. The application programming interface, or the API, is the heart of really everything that we do with data.census.gov. It allows us to deliver the data to one place and then pull from the API to feed the information that you see on the screen. So all of the tables, the maps, and the web pages that you see on data.census.gov, they're pulled from the API in real time and then fed to your screen. So this method allows us more flexibility to display the information from multiple tables or surveys in a single view. And I don't know why stuff's popping up. So as I mentioned earlier, today's focus is going to be on the mapping functionalities that we have available in data.census.gov. And so to do that, we're going to take a look at table DPO2 from the 2021 5-year American Community Survey, or the ACS. Table DPO2 is a data profile table, provides data on a variety of social characteristics. And so we're going to look at that table for King George, Virginia. So the first step is to find the table. So let me go to the site. So I'm at data.census.gov. So that's obviously the first thing you want to do is go to the site. And since I know that I want DPO2, I'm just going to go ahead and enter that into the search bar here.
Jessica?
Yes.
Sorry, we cannot see your screen.
Oh, is it not showing?
No.
Oh, I see. Can you see it now, perhaps?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, let me move this stuff. My apologies. I thought that was sharing. Okay, so on data.census.gov, and since I know the table that I want is DPO2, I can just go ahead and enter that into the search bar. We'll go ahead and click enter. If you know the table ID, this is really the best and quickest way to get directly to the table, is just to go ahead and enter that in there. So as you can see, it brought the table up. So I'm going to open it so we can take a quick look. Let me make a little bit of space here. So we have selected social characteristics in the United States. So since I didn't enter in a geography when I put in the table ID, it's going to default to showing us data for the United States. So now, as I mentioned, I do want to change that geography to King George in Virginia. So the way that we can do that is by clicking over here on the left. We have this filter panel here. So I'm going to click on geography, and then we want place, and then we're looking at Virginia. And there's a lot of cities and towns in Virginia, so I'm going to use the search bar here just to kind of make it a little bit easier, and I'm going to put in King George. And you can see that it's starting to come up, King George CDP, so that means it's a census designated place. So I'm going to check the box for that and go ahead and close out the panel. And so you can see that the table is now updated. So the estimate that I'm interested in from this table happens to be down at the very bottom. I'm interested in the number of households that have a broadband internet subscription. So that's what I'm interested in mapping. So we have that here. So to get to the map, I can either use this map button here at the end of the ribbon, or I can use this maps button here at the top. Either one works fine. It takes you to the same place. And so when I click on that, we get King George that's come up. And so the first thing that I want to do now is, since I'm interested in mapping out the broadband internet subscription, I'm going to have to change the variable. When you go to the map, it's going to default to showing you the first line of the table. So in this case, right now, we're looking at the total number of households. So in order to switch it over to the households with broadband internet subscriptions, I can click on this variables button right here, and then just click on the chevron. And that gives me a list of what's essentially every line of this table. Now, it's a long table, so I can take a little shortcut by just using a search term to kind of narrow down the lines. This is broadband. And so when I put in broadband, it narrows it down to just two different variables. One's the number estimate and the other's the percent. I'm interested more in the percent, so I'm going to go ahead and select that. And then we can just click on the variables button again to close that box. So now what we have that we're mapping on here right now is this total number of households with a broadband internet subscription. So that's exactly what we wanted to show. Now, one of my favorite things about the maps that we have is this boundaries button. So let's say that we want to find the tracks that are located in King George. So we can click on this boundaries button here and we get a list of all these different types of geographies. So I'm going to scroll down the list and I'm going to check the box next to census tract and then this line here. And so what happens when I do that is you can see that the census tract boundaries and the labels are now appearing on the map in red. And we can close this out to really see what's going on. And so if I zoom out a little bit, we can see that King George is overlapping on three different tracks. So 402, 404, and then 403.01. So now we have an idea of what those tracks are. So now let's say that, we know these tracks now. So let's say that I want to add them to my search. Because the boundaries are only an overlay on the map, I'm not going to be able to actually select them from here. So what I'll do instead is use a different button that we have, the layer button right here. If I click on that, what this is going to do is allow you to change the different geography that you're viewing, different level of geography that you're viewing on the map. So I'm going to go ahead and find a tract and click on census tract. And so basically what happens now is that I have the map's kind of blanked out, but we have all of the different tracts now on the map. And so now I can select those three tracks that I needed. So one of the ways that I can do that is by clicking on the select button here. When I do that, I can just click on one of the geographies of interest, hold the click, and just kind of drag this to create this rectangle. And so when you release the click, any of the geographies that were touching that rectangle are going to now be added to the map. And in addition, not only just to the map, but they'll be added to your search. So once you're done with that and you've made all the selections you need to make, you can go ahead and exit out of the select tool. So let's say now that so right now the 2021 ACS is looking at census tracts from the 2020 decennial census. So let's say that I want to find out what the tracts were for 2019 when the ACS was still using the 2010 census tracts. So to do that, I can switch the year using this year button. I'll just switch over to 2019. And so when the map is done updating, we can see that using the 2010 census tracts, that 402 and 404 didn't change. So nothing changed for them between 2010 and 2020. But we can see that where we had before tract 403.01, we now have tract 403. And so what this tells me is that tract 403.01 was a new tract that was developed or that was defined with the 2020 decennial census. So I want to add this now to my search too, because I want to have all my table for 2019. I want to make sure I have all the tracks that I need. And so I could use the select button again to do that, but since it's only one track that I need, I can just left click on it and hit the select button, and that'll go ahead and add it. And so now for 2019, I now have all three tracks also added to my search. Now I do want to get King George back on here. You can see that it's missing. So I'm going to use that boundaries button again. The difference is this time I'm going to use place because I want to see what those are. Right, and so you can see, let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it a little better. The place boundary, so the boundary for King George got added in this gold color, and then you have the label for it. Now, we've added 403 to the search. We have all of that added. One other thing I want to mention is I found it pretty helpful quite often, is we have this identify button. And if you click on that, if you click on, I'll just show you because it makes it a little easier to understand. If you just click on the geography, any of the geographies, you get a lot of different geographic information. So for example, I can see that this tract is in King George County. Now, if I want to find out additional information, I can click on any of these chevrons. I'm going to click this one here. And one of the nicest aspects of this identify button, besides being able to confirm certain geographic details, is that you can quickly find the GeoID, and that is something that a lot of people like. They like having quick access to that GeoID, so you can find that out. So let's go ahead and exit out of the identify tool. Just to show you a few other buttons, you can change the color palette of the map using this colors button. We have the classes here. You can change the number of classes, but you can also change the break of them. And we actually even have a manual break where you can, change that. We have the notes button that's been here, but I'll point it out. So this gives you information on the map, the data source. It's really pretty valuable. A lot of good information on here. You can see it's a lot included for this table. We also have, this is pretty new, we have the share button. So this is where you can share the map to social media. You could also email it to somebody, or if you just wanted to kind of save it for yourself, bookmark it, you could do so. When you do any of this, what the person that you send it to is going to see is exactly what you see on the screen right now. So all of the geographies, everything will be situated exactly like you have it. And then we have this table button here. So this is giving you a quick little table of the estimates that you're actually seeing on the map right now. So again, we're just looking at households. We could switch it back to, I should switch it back to the broadband. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So we're still looking at broadband. We're looking at 2019, the percent. And so when we look at the table now, we're going to see that broadband internet subscription, the number of households or the percent of households. If you do want to see the full table, you can just click on this View Full Table button. And this just kind of takes you back full circle. It takes you back to the table. You can see that we now have all of those tracks added to our search. And that's important. So we're using 2019. And again, if we were to go to 2021, we would again have relevant tracks. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just a heads up that we have 2 minutes left for your presentation.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right. So, so we're back at the table. We have all of the data there that we needed. Let me get back to the deck. Okay. All right. And so just kind of to wrap up, we just ask that you send any feedback that you have or any questions that you have about data.census.gov or even about the API, the Census API, or our microdata access tool. Any of those questions or comments you have can be sent to us at census.data@census.gov. I also want to make you aware of our resources page. That's where you'll find a lot of information on how to use the site. We have video tutorials, written PDFs, all sorts of stuff. I do have our Census Academy. They also have a lot of great information, not just on our data.census.gov, but all sorts of bureau-wide tools that we have to find data. We have our email address here again, and then my contact information if you wanted to reach out if you had any questions. All right, that's it. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for that presentation for the demo of data.census.gov. Our next presenter is Safia Pirizak from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Safia, we can see your screen. And
Okay,
we
good.
can
That's what I was going to ask.
Thank you.
So hi, everybody. My name is Safia Abdurazak. I'm from the National Longitudinal Surveys program at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So just to give a brief introduction, the NLS surveys are a set of surveys designed to gather information at multiple points in time on labor market activities. The NLS program at BLS is currently developing a new youth cohort, and this unique opportunity has really given us a chance to think about how we're engaging with our users and respondents. And one of those ways is through our NLS user interface or website. So in this presentation, we'll identify some best practices in user interface and experience design and explore how other longitudinal surveys implement some of these, as well as evaluate how NLS may apply these lessons. So to give some background, to develop the new cohort, BLS is going to draw upon its experience and analysis from its two ongoing cohorts, the NLSY 79 and the NLSY 97. So as you can see here, we collect a wide range of content in the NLSYs on factors that may affect individual labor market outcomes. And as we all know, a lot has changed since we last fielded the survey back in 1997. So we anticipate that this new cohort, NLSY 26, is going to consist of a sample of 17,000 youth aged 11 to 17 at the start of the survey. It will be nationally representative with over samples of Black and Hispanic youth, and we plan to sample and collect the first round of data in 2026, hence the name NLSY 26. There's been a lot of emerging issues in childhood, particularly the rise of technology, screens, and social media, mental health and environmental exposures, increasing inequality, new measures on sexual orientation and gender identity, and measuring skills. So this new cohort will collect detailed information, as with the NLSY 79 and the 97, and researchers will be able to gain a better understanding of factors that are influencing labor market outcomes, particularly of Generation Z. And they'll also be able to conduct cross-cohort analyses with some of the older NLSY cohorts. So here's a bird's eye view of the current NLS interface. And if you've been on any other BLS survey page, you'll notice that all of the BLS interfaces have a uniform look across all the programs. And the navigation bar and layout specifically across all of the sites follow a very specific format, which is going to place some constraints on what NLS can do to a certain extent. But as we go through the presentation, we'll see some examples of things we can implement while still fitting within this BLS framework. Through this project, we were able to gather some data utilizing Google Analytics. And this is specifically data about the NLS homepage. And it's from March 2022 to March 2023. And so in this time period, we've had almost 22,000 page views. And of those page views, 18,000 of those were unique page views, meaning that was like the first instance that somebody went onto the NLS homepage. The bounce rate is the percentage of sessions in which users viewed only a single page and didn't go on to any other sites, or they completely exited the browser. So nearly 45% of users that are on the NLS homepage are actually leaving the site. And on average, they're spending about a minute on the homepage. A session is a single visit to the website with one or more page views in which the user is actively engaged. So if we take a look at that overall number of 21,000 page views, nearly half of those users are actively engaging in sessions. We took a look at the top 10 NLS pages that users are accessing, and unsurprisingly, the first one is the homepage. But if we look at some of the other pages that people are frequently visiting, they're most likely going to the direct data overview pages for a specific cohort that they're looking at. And a little lower on the list at number 7 is the NLSY 26 overview page, where we have some updates and some information about the new cohort. Ultimately, this information is very useful for us to see which pages are most frequented by our users and stakeholders. So as I mentioned earlier, developing the NLSY 26 has really given us a chance to think about how we're engaging with NLS users and respondents through our user interface. And throughout this project, we identified several components of UI UX design, which primarily focuses on anticipating what a user might need to do and ensuring that the interface has elements that are easy to access, understand, and use to facilitate those actions. So the first one, visual design, is probably something we're all familiar with. It primarily focuses on the aesthetics and considers how the interface and the related materials look. Interaction design focuses on the ways users are interacting with the interface and uses principles of good communication to create a desired user experience. And within interaction design, good usability is a fundamental requirement. Learnability is also another component that's extremely important. How easily can a new user learn to use the interface, and how quickly can they perform tasks? And lastly, information architecture. So this is the discipline that focuses on the organization of information. And a successful information architecture with a structured design is going to help retain users, reduce those bounce rates, and boost a website's overall usability. In user interface design, the structure of information presented should create a flow that lets users navigate between the screens without much effort. So here's some best practices for designing an interface. First one is just to keep the interface simple. We want to avoid unnecessary elements and create clear and concise language on labels and in messaging. Go back to that learnability component. We want to create consistency throughout the different sites to help facilitate efficiency. And once a user learns how to do something on a particular website, they should be able to transfer that skill to other parts of the website. And we want to be purposeful in our page layout. We want to consider spatial relationships between items on the page and the structure of the page, and structure the page based on importance. So next, we'll take a look at how some of these best practices have been implemented on other longitudinal surveys that share some similarities with the NLS. And we often look towards other longitudinal studies for guidance on a number of things, generally because NLS is a unique survey within the BLS universe because of its longitudinal nature. So we took a look at UK's Understanding Society. And at first glance, we can tell that this site keeps the interface simple and gives the layout some breathing room. It doesn't cram a lot of information and elements together on the screen, and users are not overwhelmed with information that they'll have to sift through. And if we go through the website, this interface in particular, instead of moving between several different pages, users have the ability to scroll down within the same site to view more of the information. So overall, Understanding Society does a really good job in being purposeful in the layout of their interface. So moving on to the health and retirement study, this landing page splits users into separate sites depending on whether it's somebody from the media or a researcher, or if it's a study participant or a potential respondent that is looking for more information about the HRS. If we click through to the researcher's site, this is a really good example of information architecture at its best. This page gives users a quick summary of the HRS, and in the bottom section, walks users through data announcements, then leads them with information on how to get started with using the data, and finally, news and events to look forward to. And a neat thing about the HRS is they also follow the same principles in their navigation bar to create consistency in the language and the themes presented on their interface. So this is from the National Health and Aging Trend Study, or NHATS. And NHATS overall has an aesthetically pleasing website. It's very clear and concise. The shortcuts and buttons at the top allow users to move quickly through the interface, and they're drawing attention to key features using color and brightness and contrast. And similarly to the HRS study, NHATS has a designated site for researchers and participants on the landing page. And they also include a side tab for easy transition to the participants site. So here's a quick glance at the NLSY 26 overview page. And there's a lot of rich information on the site that provides key insight onto on the extensive work and outreach that's being done to develop this new cohort. But unfortunately, this is currently the only way to get to the NLSY26 site without directly searching for NLSY26 through Google or clicking on a link that we've sent maybe through like an email correspondence. So it's not clear at first glance that NLS is even undertaking this major initiative. So a very important thing for us to think about is finding ways to draw attention to the NLSY26 site. And one of those low-hanging fruit, so to speak, is using this notice section on the NLS homepage to provide updates on the outreach and developments on the new cohort. And a best practice for NLS moving forward is to just post any updates that are made on the NLSY26 over page to this notice section as well. So when we think about research, NLS does a really good job on highlighting research on the homepage, particularly the sections that we have on the latest news releases and publications. They're readily available and makes it easy for visitors to access latest findings and just to stay informed. But if we take it a step further, the publications overview page, again, is following this uniformed format that's used across BLS pages, and it utilizes this popular user interface design element called buttons that leads to all these different things. But the downside of this page is you don't really get to see actual publications without clicking on one of these links that leads you to another site, making some of that information a bit buried. So going back to the health and retirement study, HRS's publications page, again, has a very purposeful layout. At the top, there's links to the bibliography, which contains research that utilizes HRS data, an option for researchers to submit their papers and publications. And at the lower section, there's some neat data products like the HRS data book and productivity tracker on research that's been published utilizing different channels, which is something that NLS can consider in terms of how we're presenting our data and our research impact. And finally, there's a section dedicated to recent news and articles, publications that's easily accessible on this publications overview page, which again, it's a great example from HRS on clear and concise page layout that's not overwhelming users and allows them to have a better navigation experience.
Right, Safia,
Yes.
just to let you know, we have 2 minutes left for your presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thinking about how we want to elevate and present the way we present our data, data visualization tools are an excellent way to help facilitate the user experience. They have the ability for users to process information faster in a format that's easy to understand. You can display information clearly through easy to read charts and show trends and changes over time. And we don't have to look very far because there are a few examples within BLS that have interactive graphs. The first example being from the current employment statistics, which has this interactive graph to show month-by-month employment change by industry. And for NLS specifically, we can use this type of interactive graph to show trends over time as the cohort ages and enters different stages in their life. And in the second example on the right, the Consumer Price Index utilizes this drill down feature, which allows users to click on an element on the graph within a major category like food, and then drill down further at a detailed level, food at home versus food away from home. And so for NLS, I can see us having something like this where we have high level sections for instance, our health or schooling or employment topics, and then use this drill down feature to look further into the subtopics. And as we continue to develop the new cohort, thinking about ways to improve our user interface, there are a number of things we can do to track and measure our performance. I think through focus groups and user surveys, we can directly hear from our stakeholders and focus questions on specific changes we're looking to make, or just get some general advice on things we can do to aid the user experience. And finally, by analyzing Google Analytics metrics and site feedback, we can get some real-time information that can help us improve our user interface and implement changes in a timely manner. So here's my contact information. Thank you all so much. And to learn more about the NLSY26 and our developments, please visit our website. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Safia. At this point, we're going to open the session to to questions from the audience. If you have a question, please use the raise your hand functionality, the icon hand in the bottom of your screen. And we're gonna take questions on a first come, first served basis. So once we see that you have a question, we'll ask the host to unmute you. I don't see any questions from the audience. Okay, so while we wait to see if we have more questions from the audience, and I'm gonna ask a question to some of you. So, Catherine and Herman mentioned that our federal agencies were legally mandated to disseminate the the data that we collect, right? And both Catherine and Herman and Ning and Tiffany proposed a solution to have different functionalities for different types of users depending on their familiarity with data manipulations. For example, Ning proposed basic tables for some more novice users and more advanced features for experts. So I know that, for example, data.census.gov has a search functionality which novice users love. And then as we saw by Jessica's presentation, there's also, it's a very powerful tool with more complicated functionalities for more expert users. So my question for all of you, whoever wants to address this question, is how realistic do you think that it is that we can provide functionalities that are tailored to the different levels of knowledge to the wide range of users of federal statistics? Anyone wants to?
Sure, I can just throw out there. So I'm the core for the website, the data dissemination website for SAMHSA. And I'll just say, like, our budget is really small, and we would love to do more. Like, we would love to be a census or NCHS. We're trying to be. We've increased our budget, but it's just not there. So I'll let somebody from a bigger federal agency discuss that.
I mean, I just joined the NSF and CSS for about half a year, so there are a lot of practical issues. I probably won't be my consideration because I don't know. But theoretically, I would recommend, especially this multiple representations, this strategy. We don't have to try to put a lot of resources to try to. If we don't have the resources to fully understand our users, and even the users we don't know they are potential will be our users, we can start to consider the design inclusiveness. To make this inclusiveness, I think it's cheaper than of course, it's important to do those UX research and UX design considerations, but we also can consider solely from the design aspects and try to considering how we can use multiple different designs to cover potentially different kind of needs of our users. And using this kind of multiple designs, we can get multiple feedback. Different designs, it can be a kind of assessment material, and then you can see how people use different designs on the same topic and get some insightful feedback instead of to actively go outside and use your resources to find them.
Thank you very much.
I will say that through user testing, we found out that, like, our hardcore researchers and statisticians, they'll just download the PUF and analyze it in SAS or Stata or R. Or if they want microdata, they'll have to apply through the, we do a federal data center, just like Census does, if you want microdata file. And then a lot of our users are novice users, and they will use more of an interactive tables for some of our data sets. And then for some, they'll do the online crosstabs, which the only thing really fancy they get is a chi-test, a chi-square test. So it ranges, like people want a table or a number, or they just don't want to deal with it. They want the hands on the PUF.
Yeah, that's actually reminded me. Another thing is what Isa and Francis was talking about they're using the web scripting and all those kind of web technology, try to understand how to make the 508 automatic. But actually, that can be used for understanding users very cheaply. You can get those social media text information, basically costs nothing, and then run those free library or package of those Python libraries, and then you can get a lot of insights about users. That's something can be useful as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think if you build sustainable products like sustainable web apps or you know, automated reports, that kind of thing, I think that while the cost up front tends to be a little higher, like as long as it's well designed to begin with, there's no reason why, unless the database changes dramatically or you start collecting data in a different way, that you can't. I mean, it basically is close to free at that point. It's just a matter of, you know, having that product continuing to be processed. So I think it's totally doable, and I think it's easy to underrate the value of different levels of technical need, because within whatever agency you're at, like the highest level is not going to want to get into the details anyways. They're just going to want to get the highest level, which might look kind of similar to what you would see for the general public, you know, because most people probably just want to know, like, oh, what's the agency generally doing? What kind of, you know, are they increasing in spending, decreasing spending, increasing scope, decreasing scope? Are they hitting this population or that population? And then, of course, there's more technical users who really care. So that's my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. I think Kathy has a question.
Oh, I just had one more thought. So I imagine you guys get this too. We have a lot of media requests. We monitor our data requests, our inboxes that we get emails from. And one of the problems that we have is there's two things. One is we kind of want to figure out how much we replicate kind of canned software. So people want infographics or they want a number and then they'll tell a story around it. Well, how much do we invest in being able for users to do that when they can really kind of do that on their own, create their own infographics? And two, we also have the issue of some of our data collections are CIPC protected. So when people want microdata, there's always disclosure risk avoidance. So that complicates how much level of geography we can share on our site. So those two kind of design parameters are always factored into when we're talking about redesigning our tools.
Thank you, Kathy. We have one question. No one has raised a hand, but if we see a question in the chat, actually, and I don't know if someone can answer this. How difficult is it to design a data dissemination protocol that works for both personal computer versus a mobile platform?
I can start with that if you'd like. So very difficult. So the amount of information you can put on a tiny screen versus a whole laptop or somebody who has multiple screens, there's only so much information and so many options and controls and download capabilities. You don't want to give somebody download to PDF and give them this massive PDF if they're going to be downloading it over their you know, their cell network, for example, or some big giant Excel table or what have you. And then you're dealing with, how do I make controls that are teeny tiny, do all of the possible options? And so it is really challenging. And one of the things that we're thinking about doing is actually saying, maybe we don't do the same tool for both. We say, here's a mobile friendly, simplified version of a tool that lets you get to that high level, mid-level range. But those advanced tools, they need to stay desktop. They need to either stay using your SAS or R or whatnot, or you need to use these interactive tools that require a whole screen to use them, because different users, your power users probably aren't even coming in on mobile to begin with. So that's kind of where our head is, I think, at NCSES right now.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question. Is there any data about how many people want to download a table from a mobile? I don't know whether we have any data about that, but we have a follow-up question from.
Yeah, ours is really small. The mobile users. We looked into the other day and I forget. Like it's it's going to be like less than 10%. Because I mean, people. Just I'll say ditto to what Tiffany just said. We're working with our desktop site first, and then improving for mobile afterwards, because it's hard to think people want to do a crosstab filtering on their cell phone.
I see. Thank you very much, Kathy. A follow-up question from Rob. How much web traffic comes from PC versus mobile? I think you already answered that question, Kathy. You said 10%? And is there any data about what is it that people, because I know if I'm trying to analyze a data set, I probably don't have R or SPSS or anything like that in my phone. I'm going to be on my laptop or desktop, like Tiffany said. So maybe if I'm going into the same website through my phone, maybe I'm just looking for this one number or just some quick fact or something like that. Is there any information about that? What kind of information are people looking for once they go through mobile?
We've done some research, but off the top of my head, I don't know. I will say I think census.data.gov does a really good job because of its API search focus. It is easier to find odd number than some of the other tools that I've used that don't have that integration into the API where you can just get all of the numbers from the whole survey pre-tabulated like that.
Thank you very much, Tiffany.
Actually, I can add on something. I mean, I don't know exact number for our institution, but overall for the January 2023, there's a report from Meltwater say the unique mobile phone users are 5 billion. Basically, the whole population, 68% of the whole population in the world. So you can see the PC users still higher than this, but this is growing very fast. Probably for the data tools and all those government data, users still not get used to use the mobile phone to explore our data yet. But if we have a better data tool, probably once they realize this, how useful it can be, I can expect to probably grow at some time.
That's a good point. Thank you very much, Ning. Okay, does anyone have any final comments that would like to share? Because we are actually 4 minutes past the end of the session. No? Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone, to the audience and to our panel members for sharing their presentations with us. We appreciate your time and we hope to see you in one of the sessions later today or tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
With multiple writing systems like simplified or traditional Chinese, is there a preference for which system is used for a base transcription? And while we use this process for transcription, we'd like to know, can the same process be used to establish a base for a machine translation down the line? And that's all for me. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Marcus. Again, we'll hold for questions till the end. Next up will be Lauren Hartso, and her presentation is evaluating the impact of speech analytics and interviewer self-monitoring on telephone survey metrics. Lauren is a data analyst for NORC with experience performing research and data analysis in a wide range of domains. Her work focuses on improving processes using psychological principles and data-driven approaches. To you, Lauren. Thanks.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, everyone. I'm Lauren Hartzell, and as Kenny said, I'm a data analyst at NORC, and we'll be looking at the impact of speech analytics and its use in a quality program. So I will talk about sort of the traditional telephone survey quality approach and some of the limitations that speech analytics can address, a little overview of using speech analytics and then bringing the two together into a quality program. And then I'll discuss an experiment that NORC did in order to break down kind of the different components and determine the feasibility of such an approach. So looking at telephone survey quality, traditionally, telephone surveys are going to assess whether interviewers are appropriately administering a questionnaire by reviewing a subset of cases manually. So this might be reviewing between 5 and 10% of work from recorded calls, kind of random selection across calls and interviewers, and then quality assurance staff manually score and review calls. There are a few operational challenges associated with this. So it is labor intensive to scale up. Large part of this is that it requires at minimum a one-to-one relationship between the time spent by quality assurance staff and the time for the number or the call time reviewed. And any increase in review thresholds, therefore, can increase labor exponentially. There's also an issue of consistency in scoring and feedback. So quality assurance staff need to be regularly calibrated to ensure inter-rater reliability. And even with those calibrations, there can be substantial differences between the way staff are scoring. And another issue is that staff can't easily determine whether performance on a single call is indicative of the interviewer's overall performance or if it's more of a one-off issue. And these are things that speech analytics can help to address. So looking at speech analytics, their speech analytics systems have been used in call centers for at least a decade. And typically this is seen more in the inbound call center space rather than outbound data collection. In particular, it's often aimed at market segments where the customer experience or satisfaction is of high value. So for instance, looking at the type of language that might be associated with certain customer outcomes. But there is really strong potential application for its use in social science research data collection as well. And that's what we will be focusing on today. Some of the major features of these systems include speech-to-text transcription, identification of language within that text, tools for score calibration to ensure that the verbatim checks, improving that identification of language, as well as personalized dashboards for interviewer feedback. So this outlines the components of a traditional speech analytics system. So the data collection system will be wherever the call recordings and paradata are going to come out of that system and will be fed in. The system will transcribe the call, and then it also will use the paradata in order to perform that auto-identification of language. And then together it can output quality and performance metrics, including being able to look at those trends over time. And this can develop scores both using the language identification from the transcript as well as things from the paradata, such as call duration, things like that. So looking at incorporating speech analytics into a quality program, NORC invested in an existing speech analytics system, again, to evaluate its feasibility as a tool in the quality program. And this system included several components for evaluation and feedback. So interviewers self-monitored by reviewing their performance on metrics that were automatically scored on each call by the system. And these automated scores assess compliance on reading verbatim, as well as response rates and call handling efficiency. And quality assurance staff could send personalized coaching directly to interviewers, including relevant audio snippets from a call. And during pilot testing, we found that the initial interviewer reaction was positive. So There was strong user adoption of the system for self-monitoring, and they praised the more immediate feedback and the learning experience provided by the coaching and those specific call audio snippets that really allowed them to hear an example of what they were receiving feedback around. There were a number of unique advantages from implementing a speech analytics system. So a big one was the ability to monitor interviewers' performance metrics over time. So automated scores can be assessed on almost 100% of calls to get a more complete picture of an interviewer's performance. This allows interviewers to identify and self-correct areas with low scores, and then also allows for potential quality issues to be identified and investigated quickly. And this also allows for quality assurance staff to take on a different role. So since they have reduced time reviewing for compliance, they can spend more time focused on coaching and reviewing elements that can't be easily detected by automation in the system. So for example, probing or gaining cooperation on a survey is some example of where appropriate language would be highly situational and that human judgment is needed both to assess the performance and also provide coaching around skills. So the big question was whether there would be sufficient savings from the system in order to justify the costs associated with implementing it. So to this end, NORC conducted an experiment with interviewers on an existing computer-assisted telephone interview survey. And we had interviewers in the experiment randomly assigned to one of 3 system access conditions while controlling for their performance, tenure, and site. So the 3 conditions were no access to the system, access to the system with self-monitoring of the scores only, and then access to the system with self-monitoring as well as coaching by quality assurance staff. So looking at what we found from the experiment, one of the key findings was that interviewers who accessed the system, regardless of whether or not they were receiving the coaching, showed significant improvement on the survey's key performance metric compared to those who did not or have access to the survey. And specifically, improvement on this metric indicates that they had greater efficiency in getting responses to critical parts of the survey. So for screeners, completions, things of that nature. And ultimately, we found a gross savings of 4% in interviewer labor hours. And this finding alone was sufficient to offset the costs of implementing the system. So the key takeaway here was that self-monitoring of automated scores alone can improve performance if using the appropriate scores. We next looked at the impact of coaching by quality assurance staff, and we found that there was significant improvement, but only for interviewers who were in the lowest 25% for performance on the survey. So the personalized coaching led these low performers to improve their ability to get respondents to complete a screener question. And it may be that interviewers who are already performing well don't benefit as much from additional coaching since they have some of the key skills developed already. So the key takeaway from this was that low performers, if we have a better sense of their overall performance using speech analytics, they can be targeted for more labor-intensive feedback from quality assurance staff to help them improve. And then we looked at the automated scores for interviewer compliance on reading verbatim and found that this did allow for faster identification of quality issues. Again, because we're assessing roughly 100% of calls, this makes it possible to determine whether this issue is isolated or if it's part of a larger behavioral trend, and can identify specific interviewers or calls where there may be an issue to sort of be able to target time towards reviewing those. Interviewers receive intervention earlier, which reduces the impact of any problem behaviors and reduces time spent on quality investigations. So quality issues can be investigated and identified using automated scores and trends across calls rather than relying on a small sample. So altogether, we did conclude that the costs associated with implementing a speech analytics system can be offset by savings in interviewer and quality assurance staff labor. As I mentioned, the quantifiable savings from that improvement in the efficiency and response rate alone was enough to offset those costs, but we also had intangible costs associated with the system that were a little harder to quantify, but that will have an impact, again, such as improving lower performers, reduction of time spent on quality investigations, staff satisfaction, and lowered attrition, as well as being able to assist with project methodological improvements. And we focused on some of the uses of speech analytics in terms of looking at verbatim scores, but there are a lot of other opportunities for exploring transcription data as well. So some examples of our current and future projects include looking at the behaviors of successful interviewers during call introductions to determine what might help them gain respondent cooperation, detection of audio issues that may impact respondent experiences, looking at the effect of when certain parts of the script are reached, particularly for call openings, to ensure, for instance, that there's limited silence at the start of the call that may cause someone to hang up, and then also confirming accurate data entry by interviewers. So altogether, we found that there's substantial benefits to implementing such a system and a wide range of uses within a quality program. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone and I look forward to any questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Lauren. Up next is my colleague at NAS, Jennifer Myworm. Jennifer will be presenting Modernizing Survey Software, or how we get from there to here. Jennifer is a math stat at NAS with our sampling, editing, and imputation branch. And NAS, for those who don't know, is a part of the Department of Agriculture. Jennifer has worked on various aspects of data editing and analysis, both in operational work and on modernization practices. So take it away, Jennifer.
Hi, thank you so much. As Kenny said, my name is Jennifer Myworm, and I need to give you the standard disclosure that I in no way speak for my agency, my department, or any part of the federal government. So I'm going to talk today about how we modernize survey software. I think everyone listening to this is familiar with the challenge. In 2016, there was a Government Accountability Office report stating that about 3/4 of the $80 billion technology budget in the federal government goes to keeping aging technology running. I think many of us here work with older technology or obsolete technology, or perhaps even grossly obsolete technology in some cases. Maybe there are a few of you on this call lucky enough to work in an organization that has only cutting edge software. In that case, please let us know who you are in the chat and if you're hiring. But even if you work in one of those lucky organizations, you know that the only way you keep your software cutting edge is by constantly modernizing it. In the words of Jack Welch, a former chairman and CEO of General Electric, you have to change before you have to. So how do we change our tools? I've done a lot of modernization projects at my agency. And although each one is different, each one has unique characteristics, I feel like they can be broadly grouped into two categories. The first is when you conduct many small incremental improvements to a tool. I like to call that baby steps. The other process I call one giant leap, where you take one large project to completely reinvent the tool that you're using. So let's start with a couple of examples. By baby steps, I mean taking an existing process, maybe adding a little bit to it. Let's add a screen or add a button, or take away a button that, so something happens automatically instead of manually. Another example of a baby step is where you're standardizing something. You have a process that is used for many surveys, for instance, in your organization, and you take a non-standard survey, something that's not using that process, and you bring it in. Arguably, depending how big a lift that is, it might verge towards one giant leap, but in many cases, it can really be considered a baby step project. On the other hand, a one giant leap project is a substantial change, where you totally throw out the tool that you're using and introduce something completely new, completely different. Arguably, you can also say a giant leap project would include when you add a substantial new process to an existing tool. So let's talk about some characteristics of each of these two kinds of projects. First, let's start with baby step projects. What kind of vision do you need for a baby step project? Well, the answer is fortunately not a whole heck of a lot. All you really need to envision, to figure out ahead of time, is one improvement. What's the next single step I'm going to make this a better tool? That allows you a lot of opportunity for experimentation. You can try one type of improvement. Great, that works, or that doesn't work. You can try something else on a different survey. Gives you a lot of opportunities to try different things. One giant leap projects require much more visioning right from the beginning. In order to invent something new, you really need to know where you're headed with it. So you need to envision that right from the beginning. And you're really committed to that. You can't keep changing directions partway through, or you'll never finish the project. What's the impact of each of these? Well, as the name implies, a baby step project has a much smaller impact. It's likely to have minimal changes to upstream and downstream systems that your tool is interfacing with. It's also likely to have minimal impact on users because you're just asking them to learn one new thing, or you're making one new feature available to them, perhaps not even required. One other advantage of baby step projects is that often they're set up to fix a pain point, something that the users have been struggling with and is frustrating and annoying and time consuming for them. So when you finish the baby step project, the users are pleased with the results. They might even be grateful. Users are hardly ever grateful after a one giant leap project. No matter how good the new tool is, no matter how much even they will acknowledge it's going to help them long term, it's change. And change is hard. You're asking people to learn, to do something new, different, to change habit and routines that are very ingrained. You may also have some struggle from upstream and downstream systems and people who maintain and use them, because a one giant leap project is much more likely to have implications on those systems as well. A different interface, different passing off data. Perhaps your new one giant leap project will stop doing something that the old one used to do, or that it'll start doing something that used to be done by a different system. Staffing. Staffing is always an important consideration on any project. For a baby step project, it can typically be done with just a few people, or potentially even just one person. Along with that smaller team size, though, you get fewer perspectives. So it becomes really critical to reach out to all your stakeholders, all your users, to make sure that you're moving the software in the right direction. A baby step project, because it doesn't require a lot of staffing, likely can be done by existing employees. And you typically need less time commitment for a baby step project. Maybe you only need the people on the project to work 10 hours a week on it. Maybe you only need them to work on the project for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, or maybe both. One giant leap projects, by their nature, are much larger, and they require much larger teams. One advantage of that is that you have more perspectives available to you. You still need to reach out to stakeholders. You still need to make sure all users are represented. But even within your team, you're likely to be able to get more opinions, better diversity of thought, and make sure your project is pointed in the right direction. One giant leap projects require a lot of work, so you may not be able to staff them entirely with your existing employees. It may be advantageous to bring in contractors. This can help bring new perspectives, cutting edge research that your current employees may not be as familiar with, and just dedicated time and experience and skills. Now, this does come with some implications. Especially if you work for the government, hiring contractors requires extra steps. You have to deal with the contracting office. You need to go through all those steps. You need to onboard them, make sure that they understand how your agency works and what you need out of this project. One Giant Leap projects require more time commitment, more hours, perhaps even up to 30 hours a week. They might require commitment for months or even a year or more. And sometimes you need at least some of your team to be virtually full-time for an extended period of time. That can be a lot of commitment. One other thing that's an advantage for One Giant Leap projects I want to highlight is the opportunity to develop your staff. One Giant Leap projects have a large team, and hopefully you're lucky enough to have some real rock stars on that project, some of the really great talent at your agency. And likely you're going to have some of the other staff on from your agency on this project, maybe newer staff or people who have experience in one area but not other areas of what you do. This is a fabulous opportunity to mentor them, to help figure out what skills they have and cultivate them, cross-train them in different areas, and create the rock stars for the next Giant Leap project you do. Finally, let's talk about the end state for your projects. I say that there's two kinds of projects and three possible end states. First, a baby step project. When you get to the end of it, you're not going to have a perfect tool, but you're going to have an improvement. Something is going to be better, going to be easier for the users, going to be more robust. One Giant Leap projects, if you finish them successfully, wow, that's great. Congratulations. You have helped bring your organization into the 21st century. And you can sit back and take a deep breath and appreciate your hard work. But that's if you finish successfully. A lot of One Giant Leap projects don't finish successfully. And all you have to show for it at the end is a tool that's a lot more obsolete and a lot of time and effort that didn't lead anywhere. So far I've been talking about official projects, projects that have charters and have been vetted by your organizational structure. But there are other kinds of projects too. I'm going to call them unofficial change projects. So no charter, no staff who are assigned to this, no blessings from on high to get this done. Your work is done as time permits, usually with the blessing of at least your direct management, but probably not all the way up the chain. Usually these unofficial change projects are done by just one or a few people, and they're really highly powered by relationships and favors. Because there's not an official mandate from the agency or the organization to get it done, if I want somebody in another group to help me out on it, I need to ask them to do it as a favor. And the only way it's going to happen is if I have enough social capital that they're willing to do that. Because of the smaller nature of these projects, they risk having fewer perspectives. They may have less adherence to agency standards in terms of the software that's used or the metadata that's employed for it, because it's not going through any official agency vetting process. There may also be less documentation because there's no official handoff phase. These projects do have some distinct advantages, though. To get a project approved and mandated from the agency, approved and blessed, it takes a lot. You have to overcome a lot of institutional inertia. Many valuable projects can be caught paralysis by analysis, and unofficial projects circumvent all of that. And if you've been listening to the description, you can probably guess that these are mainly going to be baby step changes. It's very rare to have One Giant Leap projects that are not official. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer. And last, but certainly not least, is Saeed Ali. Saeed will be talking about the in-office enumeration vision for the 2030 Decennial Census. Saeed is part of the in-office enumeration branch of the Decennial Census Management Division at the Census Bureau. During the 2020 census, Saeed worked on the testing of automated field instruments and worked on the team that implemented the expanded use of administrative records. Saeed continues work on the use of administrative records for the upcoming 2030 census. Saeed, it's all you.
Good afternoon, everyone. 1 moment, so I can actually present.
Looks good.
Okay, good. Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. As Kenny mentioned, my name is Saeed Ali. I am part of the in-office enumeration branch at the U.S. Census Bureau, which is part of the in-office enumeration branch is actually part of the Decennial Census Management branch. So I'm going to talk today about the in-office enumeration vision for the 2020 census. Okay, so we're going to start off by talking about an overview of in-office enumeration and administrative data. Then we're going to do a quick review of the history of the U.S. Census Bureau's use of administrative data. And then finally, we're going to touch on the vision for in-office enumeration for the 2030 census. So you might be wondering, what on earth is in-office enumeration? Well, it's the new term that we're using to refer to the use of administrative data to enumerate housing units during the decennial census. The idea is that we're going to be able to use information that people have already provided to us, the Census Bureau, or other federal agencies or third-party sources to supplement our mail contact and field collection strategies. As you all should know, the goal of the census is to count everyone once, only once, and in the right place. From an administrative data perspective, we hope to continue this mission by exploring different ways we can use the administrative data to improve the count of the country and reduce respondent burden. Okay, so just in case you're not familiar, what exactly are administrative data? Before I dive into that, I just wanted to point out that the use of administrative data sources for enumeration is grounded in strong laws that guide how the Census Bureau can access and protect the administrative data. The administrative data that we plan to use for in-office enumeration basically comes from 4 sources. First, the obvious one, internal sources from previous census data collections. This includes things such as our American Community Survey, also known as ACS, as well as previous decennial censuses. Next, data from other government sources. So we, for example, are using data from the IRS, Internal Revenue Service, Social Security Administration, HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, also known as CMS. The third source of administrative data, data from state and local governments, as well as tribes. So for example, this includes things such as the SNAP data. So state level SNAP data. SNAP is Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, as well as the TANF data, which is the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. And then last but not least, we're also looking at, we're also utilizing third-party and publicly available sources of data that are compiled by private companies and organizations. All right. Uses of administrative data prior to 2020 census. There's a list up here that I'm not going to go through. I just want to point out that the use of administrative data for the decennial census is not necessarily a new concept. It's been used over many decades by the Census Bureau. The only thing that you should probably note on this is that the use of administrative records has grown over time in the last few decades as technology and data linkage, data linkage software and things of that nature have become more prevalent. I think that's probably the thing to note, but it's not a new concept. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what did we do during the 2020 census with administrative data. So one of the key focus areas of the 2020 census innovation for the 2020 census was using administrative data to do a couple of things. And it was focused on 4 different things. So one, we used administrative data to improve the quality of the address list that we're actually going out to enumerate. That's one. Secondly, we used it to improve the effectiveness of our advertising and contact strategies. We also used administrative data during 2020 to validate respondent submissions. And fourth, and we're gonna zero in this in a little bit on the next slide. We're working on reducing the field workload for non-response follow activities. For those of you that aren't familiar, the census, primarily relies on self-response, and that's usually how we're getting most of our data. But for those people that don't respond, we actually have to send people out into the field to conduct non-response activities. This was previously called non-response follow-up, NRFU. You might know it as that acronym. 2030, we're referring to this as in field. So you'll see both both of those words in this presentation as I kind of go through. So in 2020, the goal was to reduce that workload, was to reduce the amount of work that we were sending out into the field. And we used administrator data in a couple ways to do that. One of them was we wanted to find out the occupancy status of a housing unit. Was it actually occupied by someone? Was it vacant? Did we have some bad information that didn't actually exist? So obviously, the ones where we identified as being vacant or don't exist, we removed them from the workload. We did not need to send someone from the Census Bureau to knock on those doors. Occupied units, we did send people to their doors, right? But if for some reason we did not receive a response, we were then able to use the administrative data to enumerate those people. So because we had enough data to be able to enumerate them. So enumerating people who otherwise had not responded to the census was the other use of administrative data in 2020. Okay, now let's take a look forward and see kind of where we're going. Okay, so going into the 2030 census, for those of you that live in the census world, you know that usually once we finish one, we start planning the other one. For those of you that don't, this is kind of what happens. I mean, we do some analysis of what happened in the operation, but we immediately start planning and start thinking about what's going on for the next census. So with that in mind, currently the Decennial census program is in what we call our design selection phase. This is prior to finalizing any plans, doing any testing, or implementing the actual 2030 census. So what we're talking about today is kind of in that vein. So the in-office enumeration, what we're doing is we're building off 2 components that we had in the 2020 census, and we're conducting research and early planning for what, again, I referenced as in-office enumeration. And it's basically built on 2 concepts. The first is, as we talked about in the last slide, the successful use of administrative data to reduce the number of contact attempts during the 2020 non-response follow-up and NRFU operation. And then the other one is the successful implementation of an in-office address canvassing operation. And in this operation in 2020, the address list was for enumeration was updated in the office using less field work, and that kind of ties into what we're talking about here with in-office enumeration. So this was dealing with addresses. Here now we're talking about actual people. Okay. Okay. So what is the vision for 2030 in-office enumeration? The main idea is basically that the Census Bureau can use administrative data to enumerate housing units in an effort to cut down on the number of mailings and field contacts that a household might receive during 2030. So this is reducing respondent burden, reducing cost for the Bureau. Couple of things to keep in mind when I say this: the Census Bureau is committed to allowing all households the opportunity to respond to the census. So while we're exploring using in-office enumeration to reduce the number of mailing and field enumeration contact attempts, all households will still get at least 1 contact attempt. And we are also committed to data quality. The Census Bureau is also committed to data quality. So for the use of administrative data groups potential potential contact attempts, the Bureau is relying on two things. We're relying on high quality administrative data as the foundation for this in-office enumeration, and also testing the administrative data models that allow us to evaluate the quality of the administrative data that we have, and then whether we should actually use that data to supplement enumeration. Okay, so some of the things we're currently working on, and this is just some highlights. This is not an exhaustive list. So some of the research that the Bureau is working on related to in-office enumeration include things such as looking at using additional administrative data sources that weren't used in 2020. You remember a couple slides back, I talked about like high-level buckets of sources. We're exploring expanding and going beyond some of those examples that were in there. We're also looking at administrative data model factors such as quality, progress, burden, resource usage, exploring things also related to impacts to mail and field workloads. And then there's also other factors that might play a role in developing our contact strategies for 2030 census. And things that we're looking at, and these certainly aren't the only ones that we're looking at, but we're looking at historically undercounted populations, and then the use of proxies during in-field enumeration. That is it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Saeed. So let's turn it over to questions. Again, let's give a little preference just so I don't have to juggle too many things. If you want to raise your hand and ask a question, we'll start with people who do that. There's a raise hand button at the bottom of the screen. Looks like a little hand. Go ahead and do that. And if you prefer not to do that, go ahead and put it in chat and we will get to you when we're done with people who have raised their hand. Well, I have a couple questions, so I'll get started, and if people want to chime in, they can. Marcus, I'll start with you. You had mentioned, I think, something about different dialects. Do you think that there's a future where there might be different models for different dialects? And if so, can you talk about some of the challenges that might be associated with that?
Yeah, sure thing. So that could potentially depend on the language. So there are there are a couple of very widely spoken languages in the US that have pretty disparate dialects. Spanish, Chinese, and Arabic are the ones that come to mind. For Spanish, which we were working on, I don't think that there's enough of a difference in dialects to warrant different models for them. Some of the biggest differences are going to come with different words that that people will use. So, for example, outside of the decennial census, like in the American Community Survey, there's a separate Puerto Rico Community Survey that uses different words in some of the translations. But it's something that might need to be considered once we start branching out. And I don't know Arabic very well, but I know there is a pretty wide array of dialects for Arabic. So if we were to go into that language, we might need to consider different models for that.
Cool. Checking the chat to see if anything. All right. I don't see anything. Oh, actually, Jennifer posed a question. Sorry, I lost it in here. Jennifer posed one to Lauren. Was there any analysis if other aspects of the interview suffered with the increased focus on the automated analytics?
Thanks, Jennifer. So as we were doing this experiment, we did continue to also have the traditional quality approach, reviewing and then assess kind of a wide range of metrics for the course of the experiment. And we didn't find any areas where there was kind of a lowered or a deficit due to focus on the automated analytics. I would say though with that I think a key component was ensuring that we did still have quality monitors reviewing calls, not as frequently, not as many calls, but having at least some human interaction with recordings for each interviewer on a semi-regular basis, I think was still an important aspect of it, just to ensure that there isn't something that's being missed, because the automated analytics can only cover certain parts of the survey, or can only cover certain elements that we've programmed in. And so I do think, kind of regular checks, both via ensuring that there's nothing coming up on calls that's unexpected that we weren't accounting for, as well as regular looking at the automated scores themselves and calibrating and doing a lot of that, I think is a really key thing, because as your question kind of alludes to, you don't want to necessarily just rely on the automated scores alone. Yeah.
Any follow-up questions there, Jennifer? Okay. Another question for Lauren in our chat. It looks like a two-parter. This is from Anil. Is there a way you differentiate interviewer and respondent speech in an audio recording? And is it necessary to do that when you need to analyze speech?
So I don't know the details of how this works, but yes, there is a way to where it will try to determine who is speaking, and can essentially try to break down the transcript in that way in order to say this was a respondent versus an interviewer. It can be helpful. For instance, you could set up a score that specifically was looking only for terms spoken by one person or the other, or if you're only interested in what a customer is saying. I don't know, since we haven't used it to a great extent for some of our scores, I don't know how accurate that divide is across different systems, but it can be used, for instance, to kind of target specific language that would be spoken by one person versus the other.
Cool. You get a big thanks from Anil in the chat. Jennifer, can you give us some examples of, or one example maybe, anything that you had in mind when you were writing about baby steps, and maybe what some of the baby steps were? I can think of, it feels like it rings a bell with some of the stuff I've worked on, but I didn't know if you had any that were kind of helped guide you.
Sure, yeah. Well, in the morning's keynote, Joe Parsons talked about our June survey that was traditionally face-to-face, and that we had to make some adjustments to it in light of COVID. And he mentioned some changes that I would actually call baby steps to that overall process, where we added some like map features and some satellite imagery to help identify what was likely to be in those areas. He talked about some different administrative data that we were able to get to help identify addresses and who might live there, to kind of facilitate and shortcut some of the traditional in-person legwork that was done by enumerators. Thinking in terms of our editing tool that we use on that same survey, we did lots of little baby steps. We added a link, a hotkey that allowed us to get to a scanned image of the questionnaire more quickly, or a generated scanned image from the data input. We changed the process of how we ingested the raw data to make that a little bit smoother and easier for our staff who were doing the editing there.
Okay, cool, awesome, thanks. Let's see, just making sure there's no hands in the chat. Don't see anything. So I'll go to another one of the questions I had. Saeed, if you don't mind sharing, tell me if you can't. Can you talk about some of the specifics of the ways that data, or that the administrative data increase the effectiveness of advertising? Like what did you do with the knowledge that you gained, or the data, the administrative data? How did that impact your advertising?
You talk about the 2020 census?
Yes. Or you could talk about what are you thinking about as you look towards 2030? Either way.
Yeah, I don't have the specifics of that, so I would have to get back to you on
okay,
how that actually worked.
Okay. Well, I had another one, so let me ask that. do you have any sources, data sources that you considered but were left on the proverbial cutting room floor? Like, oh, maybe we could try this, but then just wasn't feasible for one reason or another.
Probably nothing that I could talk about. I mean, I could talk about it generically in terms of like expanding the use of data sources. So what we did in 2020, I mean, a lot of it used primarily like the big federal sources, like the ones that I mentioned, right? Those are the primary ones, like the IRS, SSA, HUD, CMS. Some of the ones where I think we're doing potential research on, because on a state-by-state basis, you have a lot of administrative data at the state level, also at the tribal government level, or like in the tribes, but they're not all in the consistent format. They're not all readily available. So these are all things that we're exploring, I think, for 2030, as well as there are different kinds of third-party sources that are out there, but we need them in a usable format. So these are things that are being considered in research.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of I'm always reminded of this. I think it was like an Onion article from, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, where they talked about man who refuses to answer any government surveys puts all of his information on Facebook. So I was wondering if, like, I don't know, social media was an option where you could just go and be like, oh, this looks like somebody who lives in this town that is a couple with 3 children or something like that. Oh, 5, mark it up. So, but anyway, that's just me kind of speaking offhand. You do not need to confirm or deny whether that is under consideration. Let me see. I'm trying to think. I think that's all the questions that I had come up with. Last call for any questions. Oh, Jennifer put one in the chat for Saeed. Did you find that administrative data provides sufficient coverage for the groups that were less likely to respond, or does administrative data tend to follow response patterns?
I would need to get back to you on that one. I mean, I think these are things that we're exploring, I think, as we're looking at the expanded use of administrative records for 2030. So we are looking at how sufficient the data is in terms of being, in terms of the responses, and then also the distribution of those across. So I don't have the specifics in front of me that I can share, but my email is at the end of the slide deck. So feel free to shoot me an email and I can get you more specific information. I don't mean to be overly vague, but I want to make sure that I properly represent the work that's going on.
Very good. All right. I will say last call for any questions, comments, other types of feedback. For Jennifer from Ariana, do you think there is more red tape when it comes to implementing new technology in the public versus the private sector?
That is a great question. I have worked at 2 different organizations, but they've both been public sector. So I only have the, the kind of over the fence view of the private sector. I think it kind of depends on what magnitude. Like, I think, and the particulars, like our agency is pretty good about being willing to adopt new technology unless it costs a lot of money. I mean, we're very cost conscious. So, if it's free open source, we're very, open to it. We need to jump through some hurdles, but it's certainly feasible. When it comes to large procurements, obviously we have a lot of legislative requirements and regulatory hurdles we need to go through. We have to follow certain procedures. So I think we're willing. I think there may be some, I know in like the agency I work in now, I feel like we're fairly conservative, we don't always like to try brand new things. Joe Parsons mentioned this morning, we have reports going out all the time. We are constantly, somebody has a deadline. So we are risk averse because our #1 priority is to get something out the door. So that can be a little bit of a challenge for adopting new technologies. But we also have a lot of people who are very innovative and want to try something. And we have so much work to do where kind of willing to embrace whatever we can to help get the work done.
I will just chime in there, Ariana. My experience had been being now at 3 government agencies and a couple stints in the private sector is that generally there is more red tape in the government. That's what I have found. Overall, I don't want to speak specifically towards one aspect or another, but my experience has been contractors can very often get things done quicker and with less red tape. Matt, I am trying to find that Onion article, by the way. From Brett McBride to Lauren, how was the interviewer response to implementing the quality monitoring for survey interviewer performance?
So we found that the interviewers really like our use of this system. I think there's a few elements that they bring up. So one being that because they're getting all of their calls assessed, they are able to, it kind of more accurately depicts their performance. So it's not that they're only hearing about, hey, on this one call, we found this one thing, and they're thinking, but all my other calls were great, you know, something like that. So they, I think, appreciate that. They like being able to see their performance over time. It makes them, it gives them more agency to really be able to recognize what they might want to work on, how they're performing, kind of reduces anxiety because they're able to see how they're doing, how that compares to our expectations and their peers. And then the other thing that they also have commented on positively is this system allows those quality monitors, again, to send an audio snippet with the call along with the feedback or coaching that they're providing. And that really helps because they can actually hear it. It's not referencing something that might have happened a week or more, you know, ago that they don't quite remember. They're able to kind of apply that more directly and more immediately. So we've had really strong positive responses from our interviewers. The only things we've had where there were more challenges were just getting people used to the technology and ensuring that they really understood kind of our expectations for how they can use it and making sure that they understood and providing straightforward instructions of here's how you determine how you're doing.
Okay. A big thanks from Brett. Okay, last call. All right. Well, I think that's it, unless somebody is furiously typing away. So I'll drag this last sentence out for as long as I can. But if you want to shoot any of our panelists an email, I believe their contact information should be on the FedCASIC webpage. If not, it'll be in the slides, which will come out. All right. So that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the great questions. And thanks again to our panelists for your awesome presentations. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to our session on innovations on survey design. And thank you, everyone, for joining us for the 2023 FedCASIC. And just as a reminder, I hope everyone can join us tomorrow as well. So my name is Struther Van Horn, and I'm a survey methodologist with the National Agricultural Statistics Service, and I will be your session moderator. So before we get started with our fantastic presentations, I have a few logistic comments. So at this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode, and the session is being recorded, and it will be posted publicly. So if anyone has any objections, you can disconnect at this time. Okay, so we'll have a dedicated time for a Q&A after our last presentation, but I want to tell everyone to please feel free to submit your questions in the chat, and I will read them aloud during the Q&A, and you can type the questions at any time, and attendees should select to send their questions to everyone. And it's really helpful for us if you can address who the question is for. And then also, if you're feeling brave and you want to be the person who wants to ask your question verbally, you can use the little hand raise button at the bottom of the screen. And at the Q&A session time, I will call on you, and then our session host will allow you to unmute yourself. All right, so let's get started. So our first presentation is from Brian Rhodes, and he'll be talking about a web-based tool for establishment, survey, assessment, and evaluation. Brian is a survey researcher at RTI International with over 17 years of experience in the survey research field. His research to date has focused on using innovative methods to improve survey methods, with a particular focus on surveys of establishments. So, Brian, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right, hopefully everyone can see that. So yes, thank you again. I'm going to be talking about a web-based tool for establishment survey and assessment and evaluation that we developed. I do want to thank, before I get started, Dustin Williams, Hannah Dewar, and Carson Hurt, who were instrumental and very helpful in the programming side of getting this up and running. So before we jump in, I did want to provide a little bit of context about establishment surveys and talk a little bit about how we got towards the development of this particular tool. So as many of you probably know, establishment surveys differ from household surveys in pretty much every important way that you can name, from the sample frames to the respondents themselves, the types of data, down to just the response psychology. You know, there's often a kind of cost-benefit analysis that sometimes goes through with an establishment that maybe is not seen in household surveys. And so that's important to remember. And then often, just as much as there is differences between establishment surveys and maybe household surveys, there's just as much variety between establishment surveys. Each one is kind of a unique flower and a little bit different from the one before it, even more so than maybe what we see in household surveys. And so what we've seen is that a lot of times there's kind of been fewer firm best practices that have been established for establishment surveys. And those that are kind of considered best practices are often just you know, borrowed from household surveys. And what we also see when we have this wide variety of survey methods is that there's just not a lot of methods research done or published out there in the literature. As just one example, I looked at the APOR conference coming up next month, and it looks like there's only about 16 of the probably hundreds of presentations there that are tagged as relevant for establishment surveys. So like I say, that's a little bit of a qualitative test, but just another example of sort of how there are fewer methods research work being done in this area. So based on all this, you might not be surprised that kind of the question that prompted our original work to develop this tool was posed by someone who is kind of looking across several of the similar looking establishment surveys that we've done here at RTI. And then looking at the methods that we used and said, well, you know, all these surveys, they look on the face to be pretty different, but the methodologies you all are implementing seem to be you know, even more various and different across them. So, you know, why are the methodologies so different when really, you know, they're all just sort of basic establishment surveys? So that was kind of the question that got us thinking. And really, we sort of scratched our heads and started kind of thinking through what that meant and how we might be able to answer a question like that. So what that prompted us to really think about is, well, maybe is it even possible or practical to have, you know, firm best practices when establishment surveys are so various and vary so much? And then we got to thinking, well, maybe if there aren't systematic, maybe if there aren't, you know, firm best practices, maybe we can at least think of a way that we could systematically improve our establishment survey designs that meet the very specific needs of any given overall survey project. So that seemed like that might be a reachable goal. But we also knew that we had to accommodate the fact that, often as survey practitioners, survey researchers, we may have varying levels of control over the different elements of our survey design. So there are, what you might think of as endogenous factors, and others are just more exogenous. And that can vary between the surveys that you're conducting. So what did, all this kind of, navel gazing lead to? Well, we came up with an initial sort of theoretical solution. And the idea was kind of to develop a universal method that we could use for reviewing establishment survey methodologies. And we wanted this method to be practical, be useful for a survey practitioner who's out there sort of in the trenches looking to improve their survey designs. And we wanted it to not just, point out areas where, oh, well, this isn't right, or your frame's no good, but also to be, helpful and point to ways that you might be able to improve your survey methods. Like I say, the goal was not really to measure something like margin of error or non-response bias, but really to sort of set up a methodology to systematically look at all elements of an establishment survey methodology. So how can we come up with a tool or a methodology to help us kind of meet these needs based on sort of this more theoretical solution? Well, the first thing we did was to start to think of sort of a logic model of establishment survey response and establishment survey success, really. So we started with this idea of sort of what makes a survey successful. Well, every survey is a little bit different. But here are sort of 5 broad areas that really people kind of tend to point to when they say, oh, that survey project was successful. Something like, your unit response, your response rate, your item level response, the quality of the data that you're collecting, the coverage, how well you're representing those that you're trying to represent. And then obviously your budget as well is going to be a factor in there in how successful you might consider your project. So we've sort of developed these, high-level metrics of survey success. And then we took the next step back in sort of our logic model to say, okay, what are those design facets that drive these success factors? So here again, we came up with kind of 5 broad areas where we thought these kind of elements of or facets of your survey design are really the pieces of the puzzle that are driving those success measures. So these are things like response motivation. So how motivated are your respondents or these establishments to respond to your request? Your frame that you're looking at. Does your frame, provide you sufficient information? Does it cover all the establishments that you're hoping that it will? The survey instrument and the data being requested. So if you're requesting lots of data that the establishments don't have, that's going to influence whether you have a sufficient item response rate that you might be looking for. Your outreach, so how you're able to reach out to the establishments you're looking to survey, how you're able to contact them and recruit them to participate in your survey. And then, looking at sort of quality control. So what efforts maybe you've undertaken to maintain or improve the quality of the data you've collected. So here, we've come up with these facets where these are sort of things you can look at your survey method, kind of your survey design that are driving your success. But we often found that these are also fairly high level, and there's not really too much you can take from these. You might be able to say, well, our frame is no good, or we're collecting some data that's really hard for an establishment to report. But there's no real practical takeaway from those as far as how you can improve upon that. So we tried to break these design facets down one more step into sort of discrete design elements that we really might have more control over in some instances. So I'm not going to go through each of these individual design elements, but you can see them here where something like our, let's say, response motivation that's really can be driven by, the saliency of the topic. It can be driven by incentives you might be offering to the establishment. Or maybe there are endorsements from government or professional organizations that will encourage response from your potential respondents. So each of these design facets, as I said, are sort of broken down into these different design elements that you might have influence over and might have a little bit, have a little bit better grasp on when it comes to your survey design. So we established this as sort of our baseline, sort of, I don't know if it's quite a logic model, but it's a model for getting from the discrete kind of methodological design elements into those successful survey outcomes. So our next step was to take this and turn this into something that's practical and useful. So this was how we, the tool for establishment survey assessment, or TESA as we're calling it, came to be developed. It was a tool that was initially developed in Excel, but it's been converted to the web via the Boxco software. And basically it walks the user through each of those design elements that we talked about and asks them to kind of score their design, their survey design on each of those specific elements. Many of the scores are generally sort of qualitative, but the tool provides fairly specific instructions to help guide folks to maintain sort of reliability across users. Ultimately, the tool then identifies the various strengths and weaknesses of the design, and at the end points users towards resources that might help them refine their methodology to bolster their, the weaker areas of their design to improve. All right, so let's jump in. So this is sort of the basis of the first screen of the tool when you log in. It just gives a quick overview of what we just talked about, what the process looks like, and then users are able to proceed from there. First step here in the tool is that we ask the user to distribute 100 points across those 5 areas of survey success. And the idea here is really to, since every survey project has sort of different measures of success for them, this allows the user to point to which of these kind of outcomes are more or less important. And like I say, each user gets 100 points to distribute across these because we're really looking for relative importance, right? So, in a perfect world, all these elements are obviously very important. And we're really just trying to see if any of these particular elements are more or less important. So once the user has sort of gone through that thought process, as I mentioned, they're walked through each of those design elements. So here you can see this is looking at outreach modes. So how many modes of outreach are you doing? Is it only email? Is it email and mail? Are you using lots of different kinds of modes? Again, this is one of the more concrete sort of measures as far as, you can really get a handle on sort of the number that you might be using in your design. The user then obviously here you can see provides a score based on the instructions provided. Some of the other data elements are maybe more qualitative. So here we're looking at saliency. The person who's looking at their survey design can sort of read through these instructions and determine like, well, based on the topics and what I know of this field, this particular topic or this particular survey will be of high importance or something that folks really want to participate in, or it might be something that they're not too interested in or maybe actively disinterested in providing data. Just show a few more examples here. So this one is a measure related to data quality. How much follow-up are you doing to improve your data quality after survey response? And again, you can see there's different scoring kind of instructions here on how they do that. Incentives, again, is another example here. Once they've completed each of those data design elements and made their scoring choices, they're provided to this summary screen. where they are shown, sort of these different scores and different elements. So the first item that they're shown here in the middle, you'll see is their TESA score. So this is just a simple addition of all the aggregate scores for each of those design elements in each of these establishment survey component areas. So all the elements that are related to your survey frame are in that first row. Those related to outreach are in that third row there. And like I say, the number of the scores that you gave are just added up to give this TESA score. The next column is what we're calling it the success impact score. So this is from that first screen where folks indicated which unit, which items were particularly important for the success of their project. So basically, in this case, so if we're looking at something like the frame, if you had said coverage was a particular point of success for your study, your success impact score related to the frame would be higher. And if you said something like data quality was particularly important, the data quality survey component success impact score would be higher.
2-minute warning.
Yep. The third column here shows the relative design strength. And again, this is just a simple difference between those two scores. And the idea here is that to show that where lower scores, in this case, like if we look at the bottom one, -13, areas where potentially your design is weak compared to what you're seeing as a important success outcome for your study. And the idea here really is just to tell the survey practitioner what are areas where your design is stronger and what are areas where maybe your design is well-founded. The idea being that if you're going to make tweaks, you want to make sure that you're strategic in those tweaks and you're really making them in such a way that will improve your survey and provide better, successful outcomes. So again, like I say, each of these is shown here all together. There's a little bit of description about each of those scores. And then you'll see that each of these establishment survey components on the left is a link. So that link will take you to an online bibliography of establishment survey research in that topic area. So in this case, we're using a Zotero bibliography. So each of those will take you to a list of articles, presentations, and things like that related to that particular topic. And the idea being that, of course, they can use that information to hopefully refine their design in that area. So what are our next steps with this tool? We're hoping to further integrate our methods bibliography to point researchers to very specific research that may help improve their survey. We do plan to test this tool with multiple establishment survey efforts to compare results and refine further. We'll refine the formatting, and then ultimately our hope is that we can extend access to this kind of tool to the survey research field for use, by others, outside of RTI eventually. Once we've got this in a good spot. So that's where we are. I want to thank everybody, and if they have questions, my email is there, or I'm happy to take questions after. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. I just want to remind everyone to please submit questions in the chat, and we'll have a Q&A after all the presentations. All right, next we have Megan Waggy, and Megan's going to be talking about grid displays in an establishment web survey. Megan is a survey researcher and program manager at RTI International, working out of North Carolina. She has nearly 10 years of experience working with state and federal agencies to collect data that informs decisions on funding and policy and guides additional research planning. So Megan, the floor is yours.
Great. Okay. So today I'm going to be presenting on experimental results for a test of different variations of a survey question that's typically presented as a very large grid in the NIFLS MEC survey. All of my co-authors are listed on the slide here with representation from both RTI and DEA. NIFLS is the National Forensic Laboratory Information System. This was first established by the Drug Enforcement Administration, or DEA, in 1997. There are three components to this very large data collection, which are broken out into NIFLS Drug, NIFLS Tox, and NIFLS MEC. Each of these operations collect valuable information on drug trends in the United States. The utility of NIFLS data is wide. There is one example on this slide where the Government Accountability Office used NIFLS drug data to assess potential effects of classified scheduling for fentanyl-related substances on federal law enforcement efforts. And scheduling has to do with how drugs are classified based on their potential for abuse or dependency. NIFLS, and specifically NIFLS MEC, the component of data collection that I'm going to be talking about in this presentation, helps DEA to identify new and emerging substances, and it helps them continue to track known substances across the United States. Beyond tracking these substances, it's also important to know the specific types of drugs that are involved in death investigations, and this data is captured through medical examiner and coroner reporting. I'm going to use the acronym MEC often during this presentation, and what that stands for is medical examiner and coroner. So beyond collecting the specific drug and substance data from these agencies, DEA also wants to build a profile of these MECs who are reporting, and they do that by periodically fielding administrative surveys. The previous administrative survey for NIFLS MEC was in 2017. Our most recent survey was in 2022, and we actually just wrapped up data collection at the end of March. This NIFLS MEC survey was sent to a little over 2,000 offices nationwide. We offered it by web and mail, but then later towards the end of data collection offered a shorter version by web, mail, and telephone. And I'm going to describe this survey as being administrative because it really collects data on summary statistics, such as caseload count, general office practices, policies, procedures, office contact information. Any offices who choose to participate in the survey later have that data aggregated and published by DEA. One set of data points that we collect on the MEC survey is about the drugs that are routinely tested among the different MECs within our sample. We collect this data by asking MECs to report their toxicology request frequency and quantitative analysis frequency for 26 different substances. Historically, we've collected this data in a very large grid that has 26 rows and 6 columns, where those 6 columns are those 2 frequency indicators, toxicology request and quantitative analysis. Here I'm showing some examples of how this grid has been historically formatted. I've got paper on the left, web on the right. You can see kind of the lengthy list here of different drugs and substances, and then the 2 sets of columns that follow for those 2 frequency questions. Similar versions of this grid have been used on previous MEC and Tox surveys. This is not a new grid that was fielded in the most recent survey. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about why we decided to test variations of that grid that I just showed on the previous slide. So some survey designers, myself included, like using grids. They save a lot of space. They give the respondent a quicker option to answer what would otherwise be an incredibly repetitive list of the same question, over and over again with just a slight tweak for the different drug type. However, even though might like grids when we design them, the available literature does indicate that they can be problematic when it comes to data quality. It's one thing for respondents to be answering more quickly because it's efficient. It's another thing for respondents to be answering more quickly because they're just straight lining through the grid and not taking it seriously. Literature also indicates that there can often be increased missing data. When you put too many data points in one spot, it becomes less obvious to the respondent what all they need to answer. And there are ways to mitigate these issues, but there are no perfect solutions. Most of the literature that we can find about grids is based on general population surveys, whereas here we're talking about an establishment survey, which, as the previous presenter Brian mentioned in his presentation, establishment surveys, those respondents are just a bit different. You know, someone's answering as part of their job, they're likely responding to factual questions instead of providing a personal response or an opinion. So believe it or not, that large grid I showed you on a previous slide does not perform terribly in our establishment surveys, at least in terms of item missingness and when you're looking at web mode respondents specifically. Paper mode data quality is another issue entirely, but today we're going to be talking about web mode specifically. So this brings me to the setup for our experiment on testing variations of that large grid. We randomly assigned our sample to receive one of 3 versions if they participated by web. The first group received what I'm going to call the full view grid. That's all 26 rows. The second group received what I'm going to call the chunked view grid. That's 8 to 9 rows maximum per screen. And the third group received what I'm going to call the single item view, which is just 1 row per screen in the web survey. We preloaded these assignment values into our web survey and used skip logic to ensure that respondents would receive their correctly assigned grid. Each grid required its own unique variable names, so we did need to set up some additional steps in our data extraction to later merge that data and then add a flag indicating which grid was displayed to that respondent. And as I've mentioned, we're talking about web mode today, not paper. But I do want to explain that our paper survey was available to our entire sample, and that version had the full grid on a single page. Any MECs who used that paper survey and then later logged on to the web but maybe had the chunked view or the single item view shouldn't have had any issues entering their data because the ordering of the rows matched across all different types of grids. We were not interested in testing different versions of the grid on paper at the time because it's not our primary mode of submission. Most of our samples submits by web. And if we had applied something like the single item view to paper, it would have substantially increased the number of pages, which could present kind of a visual burden problem for our respondents, but also impact costs with printing and impact costs with programming separate versions of that survey PDF. I've included some images here to demonstrate the programmed validation for each of the grids in our web survey. So if a respondent left any given row blank in either column, they would get a soft prompt directing them to what the issue was, along with a red highlight within the grid. The respondent could choose to ignore that prompt by clicking next, or they could click edit to alter their response. So now I'm going to get into the results. I imagine that some of you might have predictions for how the grids performed, so we can see if you are correct. So starting with item missingness, or how often respondents left data points blank. We first compared the first question or a response in the first column set to missingness in the second question or the second column set. And for all grid types, we found that the question on the right side of the grid had significantly higher item missingness than the question on the left side. Particularly in that full grid view, there we saw the highest amount of missingness overall, especially in column 2. Looking at those same numbers a different way, comparing grid to grid for which version had the highest item missingness on average, we found that all versions were significantly different from each other and that the full grid view produced the most item missingness. Now for a different component of data quality, which is straight lining. Straight lining is when a respondent will answer in a straight line down a grid. So even if there's 3 response options, they might just continually select response 1, for example. So looking at column 1 of the grid first, that first question series, we did not find significant differences between grids when looking at the percent of straight liners. For column 2, however, we found that straight lining occurred more often in the full view and the chunked view compared to the single item view. And I want to say that the existence of straight lining by itself is not a major concern here, because it would not be unusual for an MEC to report the same testing frequencies across different substances. The concern is that the likelihood of straight lining should be similar no matter what grid is displayed. And if the design of our grid is influencing that response behavior, then we have to find ways to address that. Another metric we wanted to look at across grid types was how long the respondent took to complete the survey by web. We limited our analysis to respondents that completed the survey within 24 hours. What we found was that at a glance, that single item view grid, 1 row per screen, resulted in a longer survey duration. However, none of the results were significant due to large variability in the timing data. Now, in hindsight, it would have been smart to specifically look at time spent answering this grid question alone rather than the full survey. But unfortunately, we just didn't plan for that type of item level timing paradata to be collected when the survey was first fielded. So it's something that we will definitely revisit in the future if we have time to implement that. So summary of the results. The full grid had the highest item missingness, and significantly so in the second column. Straight lining was increased in the full and chunked views, but only in that second column. And the timing data drew no significant conclusions. So where does this land us? We're likely leaning towards using the chunked view moving forward, which is what I've included on this screen here. No more than 8 to 9 rows included. While the single item view typically had the best numbers on the handful of metrics that we measured, we know that a pivot to single item on paper is not likely, and we'd like to make sure our web and paper instruments line up. However, there are several considerations that come into play, and this data was really just finalized at the end of March, so we're still considering our options. So our preliminary decision is to recommend the chunked view for future NIFLS surveys, but we need to do some work to boost our column 2 responses because those on web clearly underperformed relative to column 1. There could be further splitting of that grid needed. Furthermore, we focused on web mode for this experiment because it's our primary mode of submission, and that favorability among respondents is likely to continue or even increase in future years. But we can't disregard the paper mode entirely. Item missingness for this grid is very high on paper, and again, even more so on column 2. So not only do we need to work on column 2, but we need to start working on paper. This chunked view grid's likely to help on paper, but it's not going to resolve everything. So if anyone attending this presentation has any ideas for this grid or any relevant literature they want to send me, bonus if it's for establishment surveys and not general population, I would be very grateful to receive that. With that, I say thank you for listening today. I give an additional thank you to my co-authors, and I look forward to answering any questions at the end of the session.
All right, thank you so much, Megan. So next we have Stephanie Permit and Blair Reed, and they're going to be discussing incorporating evaluation into digital forms. Stephanie is an associate fellow at the Office of Evaluation Sciences, where she works on projects related to benefits take-up and forms, and before working at OES, she completed a PhD in behavioral decision research and psychology at Carnegie Mellon University. Blair is an associate fellow at the Office of Evaluation Sciences, where she works on projects related to improving customer experience with federal benefits programs and equity and program implementation. Prior to joining OES, she earned a PhD in political science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So Blair and Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Blair, do you have the slides? Cool. Thank you. All right. So thanks so much for having us today. We feel really fortunate to be here and to be sharing a little bit about our work. We're excited to talk about how our team has been using insights from behavioral sciences to design ways to improve federal forms and to build evidence to develop guidance on best practices for form design. So after sharing a little bit about our team and our approach to building and using evidence, we're going to walk through a sort of proof of concept evaluation using a model form in collaboration with the American public and 5 GSA offices. But to start out, I wanted to give a little bit of background on our team. Thanks. Blair and I work at the Office of Evaluation Sciences, or OES, which is housed at the U.S. General Services Administration, or GSA. So a little bit of background on who we are. Our team is a mix of federal employees and academics, like me and Blair, and we bring a pretty diverse set of skills from interdisciplinary backgrounds into the U.S. federal government. And our mission at OES is to help agencies build and use evidence to better serve the general public. We focus on improving government programs and policies across a variety of domains by applying what research has revealed about how people do things like process information, make decisions, and ultimately follow through on some of those decisions. And our work has 2 primary components, the first being applying these behavioral insights, and then the second being learning what works from those behavioral insights. So first, applying behavioral insights comprises the first 2 steps of our project process. We work closely with agency partners and use insights drawn from the behavioral sciences to design sort of low-cost program changes that we expect are going to move the needle on certain priority outcomes. And then second, we're going to quickly learn if the program change worked and then measure its impact in the final 4 steps of our project process depicted on the right side of our screen. And in practice, this means that we use random assignment, so a coin flip, to decide who gets the updated version of a program, one drawn from behavioral insights, and who gets the business as usual version of a program. And this embedded evaluation strategy allows us to do things like generate credible evidence on whether a program change worked, or if another strategy, an alternative strategy, maybe needs to be explored. And because we leverage existing administrative data to analyze our results, we're able to quickly and inexpensively quantify the effectiveness of a program change. And we ensure that our work meets evaluation best standards, or best practices rather, by having a second analyst confirm the findings and share publicly what we find, regardless of whether it's a significant result, in order to help build evidence for continual improvement in government. And so while our team is based at GSA, the work that we're going to present today is in collaboration with other GSA offices and the general public. Since 2015, we've completed over 100 evaluations with agencies across the federal government, covering a pretty wide range of topics. So now that I've given you a little bit of background on our team, I'm next going to dig a little bit deeper into our preferred approach to evaluation and building evidence, which will give additional context to sort of the proof of concept evaluation that Blair is going to describe in a little bit. So next slide. Whenever possible, OES tries to conduct what we call randomized evaluations. And as many of you might know, randomized evaluations are a uniquely powerful tool for generating evidence about true causal impact. And so when we run a randomized evaluation, we're going to be randomly assigning individuals to different versions of a program or a form change. We assign some individuals from our sample to the current program, and then other individuals are randomly assigned to a program that's going to be modified by some type of intervention. And because we're controlling the assignment of individuals to the current to these different conditions, and because we're doing so randomly, we can be pretty confident on average that these 2 groups aren't going to differ in any other meaningful way. And as a result of that, if we see a difference in outcome between the control group and the comparison group, we can be pretty confident that the difference was in fact due to the program change that we introduced and tested. And randomized evaluations are uniquely good for generating strong evidence about the causal impact of a program change. That is, they give us the ability to measure the size and the direction of effect, as well as its potential unintended consequences. And because they give us a clear measure of sort of effect size and direction, when we also know the cost of implementing a program change or intervention, the randomized evaluation will give us a sort of credible estimate that can be used to calculate return on investment for that intervention. And so now that I've sort of like explained the basis of a randomized evaluation, I'll hand it off to Blair to talk about a specific evaluation of a model form that we tested.
Great, thank you. So I will now share how OES undertook a randomized evaluation to study digital forms using this model form, which I will explain in a minute. So to provide an overview in this evaluation, 5 GSA offices in the American public worked together to improve federal forms, which we did by fielding a randomized evaluation comparing 2 different versions of a model form as a way of understanding how form design matters. So we use this project as a proof of concept to understand how to evaluate improvements to federal forms, which is a priority across the federal government. Like surveys, improvements to federal forms can help facilitate user completion of surveys and make it more likely that users submit accurate information. And as part of this work, this ongoing work that we're doing, we draw on insights from survey research to help identify evidence-based improvements to forms. So before we dive in, I just want to start by explaining what we mean by a model form. So here we have the screenshot displaying this model form that we created for this evaluation. To evaluate how, in this case, instructional positioning on federal forms matters, we designed our own example form, one that was similar to the types that Americans may fill out. We hosted this form on our website and directed people there via various forms of outreach, which we will discuss shortly. Here on the right, we show the first page of the model form, which asks volunteers to help us with usability testing of federal forms. Improving digital forms is a priority for folks across the federal government. Not only does the American public spend billions of hours filling out federal forms, but they often do so with errors or fail to actually submit the form entirely. Form complexity can result in a lack of submission or completion, and errors on forms can cause delays and affect whether the form is accepted. Different form design elements can have these far-reaching consequences. However, it can be really hard to test improvements in live forms that agencies are currently using. It is often infeasible given the nature of sort of live federal forms to evaluate changes using a randomized control trial. We developed a strategy to evaluate how improvements in forms may lead to better outcomes for the American public by comparing 2 different forms using an RCT. And part of this proof of concept was seeing how we could generate a sample through outreach to the American public and federal employees. So the actual form change that we were evaluating was comparing the effectiveness of 2 different types of instruction placement on form submission rate. In the first version of the form, Form A on the left, we included form instructions on the first page. And then in the second version of the form, we embedded instructions within each page of the form. As we can see from the images here, Form A contains a large block of text with instructions and definitions before the user gets to the form itself, while Form B embeds relevant instructions for each form item. Behavioral science suggests that the burdens associated with completing a form can be reduced by providing clear instructions and utilizing effective formatting. Embedding instructions alongside a question on a form may make them more accessible, more obviously relevant, and less demanding to process. And that is what we sought out to test with our randomized control evaluation to see if forms with embedded instructions have a higher submission rate. So our evaluation offered initial evidence that form completion is affected by instruction placement. Our outcome of interest was form submission. Did people actually finish the form and hit submit, as they would need to do on a federal form to receive benefits? So across both forms, about 2/3 of users who started the form did not submit it, but individuals who were randomly assigned to the form with embedded instructions were 3.2 percentage points more likely to submit the form than individuals assigned to the form with instructions at the front. This was significant at the 10% level and provides preliminary evidence that where instructions are placed impacts form submission. So we'll now talk about how we conducted outreach for this project. As we said before, an important part of this evaluation was proof of concept to show how we can work across offices and with members of the public to evaluate form improvements in this context of a model form. So in order to conduct this evaluation, we needed to generate a sample of users. We did this by conducting outreach through collaboration between multiple GSA offices and a multi-platform approach using social media, newsletters, listservs, and websites.
This outreach allowed us to reach about 3,200 individuals who were then randomly assigned to see one of the two versions of the form. And we conducted this evaluation last summer between July 19th and August 19th. So this chart visualizes how the outreach worked. Federal employees and members of the American public saw our outreach through an email they received on social media or on a government website, a GSA website. They were then taken to the OES website that hosted the form if they decided to click on the outreach, and then clicked on the link to fill out the form. And from there, users were randomized to see one of the two form versions. This is just a quick example of what that looked like in the context of email outreach through USA Gov. We added the call to help improve digital forms to the bottom of the banner in a series of USA Gov emails that were sent last summer. So in order to use this to build our sample, this is what this effort yielded at the end of the day. So our outreach resulted in 621,000 or so impressions. This is the number of people who saw our call to complete the survey through email, on a web page, or through our social media outreach. Out of this, about 620K people who saw our appeal to fill out the model form, about 5,400 of these people actually clicked on the link, and 3,400 opened the survey itself. Put differently, nearly 1% of impressions yielded clicks, while 0.5% of impressions yielded actual form sessions, to give an idea of the scope of the outreach necessary to build a sufficient sample. Some campaigns were only run on one day. For example, one email blast from our office, while others were run over multiple days. What we show here is the number of clicks we might expect to receive from each day of fielding one of these outreach campaigns for the different modes that we use for outreach. So average click rates ranged from 15 to 231. So what do we learn from this project? The evaluation was brought together multiple GSA offices in the American public to learn about how we can incorporate A/B testing into federal forms in cases where it's not feasible to run an evaluation on a live form. We showed that form design matters for form completion. The empirical findings show that where instructions are placed does impact form submission. And the proof of concept study also provided valuable information about how we can conduct this type of evaluation in the future across the federal government offices and with the American public. So we were able to demonstrate that low-cost general outreach through federal websites, ongoing email campaigns, and social media does generate an adequate sample of users, and that outreach campaigns may need to last several weeks to generate a meaningful sample. So at OES, we hope to continue conducting evaluations to improve digital forms and continue to turn to best practices in survey research to find ideas about how to make those improvements and then test them. So the next steps in this work are to identify high burden forms by working with agencies to learn which federal forms pose significant time and effort costs to citizens. And then from there, we want to design behaviorally informed improvements to reduce burdens in accurately completing forms and implement randomized controlled trials to evaluate the effectiveness on those improvements with a focus on outcomes such as form completion and accuracy, program integrity, and improving the customer experience. So thank you so much. We have our contact information here if you would like to learn more about our office, or if you have any suggestions for specific forms that we might want to incorporate into this work.
All right, thank you so much, Stephanie and Blair. Just want to remind all of our attendees, please feel free to submit any questions you have for any of our presenters in the chat, and we'll do the Q&A after the last presentation. All right, so next up we have Joe Nofziger, and Joe is going to present on an electronic life history calendar as a web survey memory aid. Joe is a program manager of mobile and web applications development in the technology practice area at RTI International. He has more than 25 years of experience in full stack software development and multi-mode data collection. Joe, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Struther. Make sure am I sharing at this point?
You are.
Okay, great. You can see it all right. Hi, so yes, my name is Joe Knopfziger. I'm presenting today on an electronic life history calendar as a web survey memory aid. This is work that I did with my colleagues Emilia Pacheva and Lilia Filipenko, also with RTI, along with our clients at the National Center for Health Statistics, Anjani Chandra and Joyce Abma. This is work that was done for the National Survey of Family Growth. So I'll talk about motivation, methodology, usability, and respondent experience. I give a few technical details, and finally I'll present some usage data that we collected. Life history calendars improve recall for events of interest by linking to landmark events in a respondent's life. Historically, they've been used in in-person interviewer-administered surveys. With the move to web and mixed mode data collections, in this case, with the advent of COVID-19, NCHS wanted an electronic version of a calendar for use in self-administered questionnaires. And sometimes I'll use the term LHC to refer to the life history calendar. NCHS began conducting the National Survey of Family Growth 50 years ago. It collects data on reproductive and general health. And since 1995, it has used in-person CAPI data collection with instruments programmed in various versions of BLES. Last January, it moved to a mixed mode design, including self-administered interviews designed to work in browsers and on mobile devices. And it has for many years used a life history calendar to aid recall. So the NSFG collects detailed information on events like pregnancy outcomes, sexual activity, contraceptive use by month over the past 4 years and sometimes earlier. So this image is of the paper life history calendar used in face-to-face interviews. So it may be a little bit small, but notice the years and months across the top and question categories along the left side, forming a grid in which to mark life events. Also notice toward the left, there's a before 2019 column that's for recording earlier events. Now this is an example of our electronic version incorporated into the NSFG BLES 5 questionnaire. Everything below the central line or the central scroll bar is BLES, and above that is all custom. Some design decisions were to have the calendar above the question and to have it scrollable by default so that the calendar content is large enough to read. Now, Megan mentioned earlier about, she talked earlier about grids. This calendar is not a data entry tool. It's a graphical representation of responses that are entered into the BLES survey instrument. And this is a Spanish version of the same question, just showing that every part of the screen is translated, the buttons, labels, month abbreviations, everything. This is a tutorial page that's presented to respondents to help them understand how they can control the calendar. It has a lot of elements that are designed to replicate the paper version, and it also has some enhancements that are only possible with an electronic version. Going clockwise, there are buttons at the top. One of them is to hide and show the calendar, and a separate one to display the calendar in full screen, so without any of the BLES content at all. Along the top are these, what I'll call guide rows, those years and months. And we've also added the respondent's age according to the date of birth that they've given us. And we also have that before column that we saw in the paper version. There are scroll bars, so you can view more months and more question categories. Number 4 is referring to showing the respondent that the date that they've selected, in this case for their bachelor's degree, has been added to the calendar in real time. Number 5 is pointing out how hover text that has event details. And finally, NCHS is pretty judicious about which events get displayed in the calendar. The calendar events stay visible for the remainder of the questionnaire, including if the respondent backs up. So I'll get a little bit technical for a few slides to describe how we accomplish this. The BLES5 site is a single page application. We added custom elements and scripts to that page to house and control the calendar. The calendar itself is hosted in a separate website on the same server and includes the chart, the calendar chart. This is partly because BLES5 and the calendar have different reload requirements. For example, changing languages requires us to completely throw away and reload the chart, but BLES will update itself, and we don't want to reload the BLES page. This also maintains a separation of concerns between the user interface controls and monitoring that page versus the chart functionality. This diagram represents the structure. At the top is the questionnaire. Above the center line are the changes that we made to that web page that BLES generates. We create a placeholder in the upper right where the calendar can be inserted along with our show hide buttons and those buttons. The UI script, center left, monitors the BLES pages for changes to the item, the page, the case ID, language, and so on. And then it requests updated data from the calendar application in the lower left. So below the center line is the separate calendar application. It gets data from the BLES database, transforms it, adds those guide rows, performs some of the UI customizations. And then the calendar page at the lower right is mostly just a container for the chart, but it also receives messages and writes logs to our Paradata file, which I'll talk about a little bit later when the buttons are used. But I've included this slide just for reference. It's everything that I just talked about with the diagram. So now a few important design details related to this. Only the BLES session database has the latest values as they're being entered. So we have to use the session database and not the permanent storage. Second, BLES offers API calls by individual item, but for comparatively large numbers of items, like the use of specific contraceptives by month over a period of years, for example, we found it to be too slow. But there are also ways to access an entire block of items in one call and go through them to find what you need if you know the structure. And for that reason, having a very reliable data structure is critical. Oops. Sorry about that. So the items that are displayed in the calendar are all over the questionnaire. And of course, questionnaires change over time. And since we want that stable interface, we created a BLES block depicted in the upper right here that we called LHC or BLHC, which has copies of those values that the calendar cares about. So at any time, anytime one of those items is answered, its value is copied to this block. And that way they're in a reliable location in the database and don't move around. I mentioned earlier that our script monitors the BLES page for changes. That's done using a footer. I've shown that footer at the bottom of this slide, but it's invisible to the respondent. It's on the page, but invisible. So the script reads that footer to get the case ID, the page, item IDs, and so on. as they change. It also contains a directive to either show or hide the entire calendar container, including the buttons, because, for example, before we've even introduced the calendar, we don't want any of that on the screen at all. Now, a few slides about Paradata we collected on usage of the show, hide, and full screen buttons. I outlined a couple of things for visibility in blue, sort of to the left. If we look at the show and the full screen buttons together as ways to view the calendar versus hiding it, the number of respondents overall who ever used the show or full screen buttons or ever used the hide button were about the same. And then in green on the right, about half used both options, but about a quarter showed the calendar and never hid it, and about a quarter hid it and never showed it. And now looking briefly at differences between screen sizes, respondents using smaller screens were predictably more likely to hide the calendar and less likely to use the full screen option. At the end of the interview, we asked at most 6 debriefing questions. Calendar use was completely up to the respondent. Well, 81%, that's the 78 plus 2, either didn't use it or said it wasn't helpful. Another 12% did find it helpful, and 2% said that it was essential. Respondents who didn't use the calendar were asked why. 6% were unsure how to use it, suggesting we might need to improve our user interface or our tutorial. By far, most of these respondents said they just didn't need it, and 8% used their own calendar, which is fine with us. The last few slides are about respondents who said they did use the calendar. We asked for which kinds of questions the calendar was useful. And more than half reported using it in the section on sexual activity, about 40% for contraceptive use, followed by pregnancies and relationships in the 30s. We also asked about consistency of using the calendar. About a third, that's the orange slice here, started using it and then stopped. But about a quarter in blue used it throughout the survey, and about another quarter, shown in gray here, didn't use it at first, but then began using it later. And finally, we asked about ease of use. 3% found it extremely difficult, 17% somewhat, and 79%, that's the blue and the orange together, said it was either easy or somewhat easy to use. So finally, a life history calendar appears to be helpful to that subset of respondents who need it for recall. In particular for questions about sexual activity and contraceptive use. And Les integration like this was successful with some customizations for usability and performance. And I will end there. Thank you, everyone. There's my contact information. I'm happy to respond later or take questions in the question period.
Thank you so much, Joe. Just a reminder, please submit questions in the chat. All right, so last but certainly not least, we have Matthew Benson and Ansu Kashi, and they're going to talk about programming to pass survey to another respondent and to create dynamic question headers. Matthew and Ansu are members of the technology practice area at RTI International, both program and survey software, and Matthew is a program manager. So Matthew and Ansu, please take it away.
Okay, thank you. First, a bit about the basics of our survey. We used the Voxgo survey software platform. Ours was a web-only survey. We emailed intended respondents, one per case, a unique link to enter the survey, and we emailed through Voxgo. Our client was a federal agency, and respondents were also from that same federal agency. The agency asked that we didn't use their name during this presentation. So you'll see on several slides some generic fills, and then in other cases, you won't see a fill at all. So some purpose information about the survey. From the introduction page of the survey, there's this text: gather your input about data collection by grantees of your agency or office. To understand the array of data collected and the ways those data may be used across a variety of programs. Here you can see 2 questions from the survey. Additionally, and we'll see this in a little bit, the survey has a question: please confirm that you are knowledgeable with administration data activities for your agency. That's important as it pertains to one of the challenges that we faced. So the client anticipated that some respondents may not be able to answer all the questions, and possibly some respondents won't be able to answer any of the questions. So we had to plan on how to handle that. Also, we would be asking questions across 17 domains. Some of the time, the questions were the same across the domains, and other times they were different by domain. So we needed to plan for that with our tables and grids. So the first challenge, where a respondent isn't able to answer every question, or perhaps no question at all. First, mentioning a couple Voxgo statuses that we used. So we used the screened out status in one of the 2 instances we'll show you. At screened out status, the case cannot be re-entered. We also used interrupted status, and the case can be re-entered in that case. Of course, we wanted all cases that weren't at complete to be able to be re-accessed. So we'll talk a little bit in the future about how we handled screened out cases. Okay, so after the introduction, the respondent saw this question that I mentioned earlier. And if the initial intended respondent was just not the right person, they'd choose no, not knowledgeable, and then that would result in that screened out status I just mentioned, and that prevented further survey entry into that case at that point in time anyway. We also had above each question a clickable ask a colleague to complete the remainder of the survey. And doing so would result in that status of interrupted, where the case could be later accessed. And our assumption here was that someone who clicked ask a colleague to complete would have answered at least some of the substantive questions. So in each case, the respondent would be brought to a screen to enter the name of a colleague and the email address of a colleague. And you can imagine why, because then we're going to reach out to those folks to try to get the case complete. A bit about collecting email addresses in Voxgo. Voxgo offers 2 types of questions to do so. Both are good in that they enforce having correct email syntax. The first type, email address answer, becomes just another survey data point in your survey. It doesn't update the case's official email address. Respondent email does update the case's official email address. So that's the one that we employed first, because we are going to send invitations and reminders to the initial intended respondent. And in the case where we got a colleague's email address, we collected it through this type, and that would overwrite what we had for the case's email address, which is great because we wanted to follow up via email. So in both instances, the respondent would see a thank you message. So text here, this email text was sent out immediately in the case where someone had clicked ask a colleague to complete the survey, and we could send it out immediately because the case status was at interrupted, which allows case access. So you can see in the text here that we've got a colleague provided your email address to help complete the survey. So that provides some information to who is referred, and it mentions that the survey is partially completed. This was the text that was sent out in the situation where the respondent immediately said that they're not the right person, they're not knowledgeable. We couldn't send this out immediately from the survey because of that screened out status, which blocks case re-entry. So what we did later is we needed to go in and manually change the status to not interrupted, but a different status, which also allows case reentry. And then we could send out the invitation email. This text, you can see, it doesn't mention that the person was referred to by another colleague. It doesn't mention that the survey is partially completed because in this situation, it wasn't. So a summary of the first challenge that we faced. So in the situation, the person immediately tells us they're not the right person. They provide the name and email address of the colleague. The case gets set to screened out status. We remove the answer indicating, or they indicated they couldn't answer the questions. We change the case status so that it can be reaccessed, and we send an invitation email to the colleague. In the second scenario, where someone had answered some of the substantive questions and then clicked the Ask a Colleague to complete, they provide the name and email address of a colleague, and then an email is triggered and sent to the colleague. Now I'll turn it over to Ansu Koshi.
Thanks, Matt. Next, I will be going over the second challenge that demonstrates how the dynamic grids or table questions were programmatically generated. Shown in this slide is the base question from which the subsequent dynamic tables are generated. Some of these rows, for example, race, age, etc., indicate the individual domains of interest the agencies were collecting data on. In this table, the column values range from 1 to 5. Highlighted in red color, the column values 1 and 4 indicate that data was not collected. The green colored portion indicates that for the column values 2 and 3, data was collected. If a respondent answered option 5 to any of the domains, then we didn't have any follow-up questions for these domains. This survey utilized two different formats of the dynamic tables. Let's start with format 1 first. Unique sets of questions per domain. Here, the individual dynamic tables have the rows pre-populated from the base question, which we're showing a snapshot of in the lower right-hand corner. The base question, which we have displayed, has the responses in the second or third columns. That's the highlighted green portion. Thus, two separate dynamic tables were generated for race and age. 17 similar tables that correlate to the 17 domains or rows were programmed. We needed to have them as separate tables because the headers are different, if you notice, for each of the domains based on the data the agency was interested in collecting. So, for this reason, we couldn't have all the questions in one table like in the base question. Shown in the slide is a snapshot of the programming that was involved. Show if logic was used to display the 17 tables based on the base question criteria, and also appropriate logic was implemented to route to these tables. Now moving on to format 2, dynamic rows with fixed columns. This is the second variant of the dynamic table that was implemented. In this scenario, we have a fixed header with different domains populated. The snapshot of the base question shows columns 1 and 4 highlighted in red. If there are responses in columns 1 or 4 of the base question, then all those corresponding rows will be displayed in this dynamic table. On the slide, we're showing only two domains because only these two rows had data from the base question based on the selection criteria that we had. In reality, we can have a table with up to 17 rows. Shown here is how it was programmatically implemented, with all the rows as fields as you can see in the snapshot, and they are based off the main question. The fields, fill 8A, fill 8B, etc., are the pre-populated values from the base question, and it will also be shown based on the corresponding rows that have responses in columns 1 or 4. Show if logic was also used to display the question or not. To summarize, first, such knowledge-based surveys can be enhanced with the potential to maximize coverage and increase the likelihood to get responses from all the questions. Such creative solutions can be implemented and incorporated that also enables more than one respondent to provide the responses towards completing a case. Second, prior question responses can also be used to build dynamic tables or grids. Thank you for joining us today and listening. Below is listed our contact information.
All right, thank you so much, Matt and Ansu. All right, so now we're going to open the floor up for Q&A. And so again, if anybody wants to put a question in the chat, you can do so now and I'll read them out. And then if anybody is brave and actually wants to be unmuted and ask the question verbally, you can raise your hand with the little raise hand button on the bottom of your screen and I will call on you to be unmuted. So we do have a couple questions. The first one is for Brian. Sarah asks, has the tool been applied yet as practice for a fictional or real establishment survey? And if so, how did it seem to do in terms of pointing to design facets to focus on for improvement?
Sure. So yeah, we've done a little bit of internal testing with some of our existing establishment survey projects. And it seems to work pretty well in that regard. It's a little bit tricky with, existing or ongoing projects where, you sort of know the answers before you get the questions. So our hope is that we can, start applying this to projects either prior to implementation or with folks who are maybe less familiar with the process, that we're going through. To test it a little bit more in sort of a real world environment, if that makes sense. So yes, we've done a little bit of testing, but we're hoping to kind of expand that in the next iterations of this.
And I'll ask selfishly for myself as a follow-up, any timeline on when we might expect to have other people be able to try and utilize it outside of maybe RTI?
Sometime between tomorrow and this time next year. No, like I say, our hope is to really to test this in the next couple of months and then see where we are at that point and go from there. So, we'll see, but hopefully sooner rather than later, really.
All right. And it looks like we have a general question that if anybody here in their work has any suggestions for qualitative analysis tools for open text responses. Rachel is saying that she manages a customer satisfaction survey where they get thousands of open text suggestions for improvement. So is anybody, I can throw out a suggestion from my agency's end, but has anybody else in the panel been using any qualitative tools for open text responses? All right, well, I will throw out there that for our agency, we have approved and used In Vivo. And I've also, in my other work in the academic setting, used Deduce. So those are kind of the tools that we've been using and we've got approval to use. So if anybody else has any other suggestions, especially those people in the chat, our attendees, please feel free to put those in there. It looks like we've got a question for Matthew and Ansu. Do both processes to pass survey work multiple times? And is there any limit to the number of people who can complete the survey?
No, so they could keep going with the whole recommending another colleague process for a while. One difference was, though, is that the The client didn't want us to send follow-up reminders to more than the first person that was referred.
Okay. And there's another question for you. How did you manage the point of return when nominated colleagues attempted entering the survey that was handed off to them?
Yeah, I saw that. It's been a bit ago, like 10 months ago since we did this, and I'm attempting to look that up now. My memory, though, is that what we did is we started everybody off each time at the first question, so that the second person would have the benefit of seeing the answers that had been previously given.
Okay. And I was just curious as well, since you've got a couple questions, what type of, did you keep track in terms of, how many times that you had to get it passed on, or did you, I'm just curious as, in terms of how well did that next person, were they able to actually answer the question? So what type of response rate did you get from, say, person 2 or person 3? Did you keep track in terms of that metric?
Anshul and I didn't keep close track. The project folks kept closer track of that, but I recall seeing the data that certainly it did work in a few cases. This was a small sample size to begin with, but yeah.
Okay, and I see a question in the chat about programming language and the SQL server did you use, but it looks like Siri, if you could let me know which panelist you're referring to for that question. It looks like we've got a question on grid questions. And also, and if you're putting a question in the chat, can you please make sure to let us know which panelist you're asking the question to. So the question was again from Matthew and Ansu in terms of which programming language and SQL server did you use?
So for the work we did, we typically used T-SQL, but for the work we didn't have to rely on that for what you saw us displayed. We were able to use what Voxgo had to offer, and we for the situation where we had to do some manual resetting of the cases, that we just did by exporting directly into a CSV file and just reviewing the data.
Okay. All right, and it looks like we had several people who, Monica had a question as well about grid questions, and I know we had several of our panelists talking about grid questions. But there was a question, did you try using a box on the right with rounded corners like Don Dillman's total survey design? So I'm not quite sure which panelist that's directed to, but if anybody can, that was working with the grid questions wants to tackle that one.
Might request just a little more clarification on what the box on the right is referring to.
Yeah. Monica, do you want to clarify, or if you want to raise your hand if you're willing to be unmuted? All right. If we can, Monica, if we can unmute Monica Wolford. All right, you should be able to talk. Go ahead, Monica.
Oh, sorry. I was asking if in the side-by-side questions, people tend to see that all as one question, particularly when they're in paper, because they can look at the whole thing. And so Don Dillman often uses the boxes with the rounded corners to sort of distinguish that it's two boxes. I mean, it's two questions. I was wondering if you tried something like that to subtle cue that while it's the same content topic, but it's not the same question. So I think people are just, sliding off the right-hand box as part of the left hand.
Right.
I was wondering if you put in just the black and white boxes, not a solid box, but just a rounded corner box, if it might cue them that this is another question on the topic.
Yeah, I think that we definitely need to look at that, but I'm thinking that we're probably going to end up needing to just split column 1 and column 2 entirely to separate grids. That seems most likely to be coming up, or some other version of visual display that you're talking about to help draw attention to that second item, that it is an additional request.
All right. Any other questions in the chat? And if not, I will open up to see if any of our panelists have questions for each other before I start asking my questions. All right, so I actually, I have a question for Blair and Stephanie. I know that you mentioned that you both are, you integrate survey design practices in your research, but, I was wondering just in a general sense, can you talk about some of the lessons learned and how you think that might be more broadly applicable for us as survey methodologists and what we can take into survey design?
Sure, I can start to answer that. So we are still at the early stages of this research of trying to understand how we can use some of the insights from survey design to improve how people are completing forms. I think some things that come to mind, which are things that are definitely happening in survey research and people today mentioned a lot of, are things like trying to use things like paradata and metadata for surveys, which in many forms, there are things that we can have access to. So how long are clients or applicants spending on a particular screen, taking advantage of clicks, back clicks if they're trying to revise information they put in previously, things like that. So that in the context of a survey, there are a lot of outcomes that we would be interested in, like how difficult, in the context of a form, but also in the context of a survey. Outcomes like how difficult do people find questions, how onerous and cognitively demanding are tasks. So I think taking advantage of that paradata is something that we're seeing in some of the forms work we're doing, and is an exciting place where we can learn from both surveys and forms.
Great, thank you. And then I was also just going to ask a follow-up question. It looked to me like you were saying that email was kind of working as one of the better outreach ways for the A/B testing. How did you find social media worked? Was that, included in some of the metrics on the slide that you showed when you were looking at, the participation rates? Or how did social media work in terms of, as a recruitment tool for you?
It was not included because we couldn't have the same, we didn't have the same access to metrics, like the back end, to see how many people are actually clicking through from social media. I don't think it was one of the more fruitful avenues of outreach. I'd have to check the numbers, but I think it's very dependent on what sort of following and what sort of channels you're using on social media. But yes, email was one of the more effective ones.
Perfect. I have a question for Joe. So Joe, I was curious, it looked to me like you were talking that you kind of had like almost a little training session for people on what the calendar was and how to use it. Did you track any of the paradata on how long people spent on that kind of component, and if that was at all correlated with people minimizing or utilizing the calendar and their satisfaction with it? Can you talk a little bit about kind of the training component you mentioned?
I like that idea. Yeah, no, I don't think we've correlated that yet, but we do typically track the audit information when respondents are in a Blaze interview. So we would have that timing information. So yeah, I'd like to link those. There are a few other questions, that come to mind when we start looking at this paradata that we'd like to delve into a little bit more. Like I said, I think maybe we could be more effective, and there were a couple of different versions of that sort of tutorial page. I only showed you one of them. So that could be of interest too, comparing those two. And just an overall comment about the usage, it might have looked like, well, not so many people found it terribly useful, but that's completely okay, because this, any little nudge that we can get in data quality and response we will take. So for those folks who wanted to use it, it was a handy tool.
And you mentioned briefly that you also had mobile. Was, the calendar was, or was it not available for the mobile users? And how did that work in terms of the small screen size and tutorial and things like that?
Yeah, it was available for mobile, and is still available for mobile. Excuse me. Yeah, and on and that was a bit of a challenge to ensure that enough of the question is still visible when you're looking at the calendar, and that it's easy enough to display and hide the calendar. I think people found it a little less useful, obviously, because it's much more limited screen real estate, but it works okay, and you can scroll across with your finger and up and down and just hide it when you don't want to see it anymore.
Great. Brian, I had one last question or kind of thought for you. One of the things that came to my mind is, it's a very holistic view that we're looking at for the establishment surveys. And, I'm wondering if you've thought about integrating any other types of like survey appraisal components. So I know there's a few different like establishment specific things, like the organizational survey appraisal. And I'm wondering if you've thought about trying to integrate some other metrics that might, help kind of nudge people in terms of like survey design, like how well or not is that integrating in the overall kind of appraisal system. So I'm wondering if you thought about integrating some other kind of components within that design.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, I mean, I think we tried to take a little bit of a larger kind of, like you say, holistic approach to this.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, in my, as I think through this, I love every little thing you could be able to dig down and really get down into some of those very specific, questionnaire appraisal methods or some of the more specific items as you, kind of drill down on each one of those topics. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely something I've kind of thought through, but it'll just kind of try to balance the usability portion of it, where we're not getting too into the weeds, but at the same time being useful and, like you say, kind of taking advantage of some of that existing literature around those areas.
Well, I'm excited to see it when we get to be able to use it. It's, like I said, selfishly from the establishment perspective, I'm very excited to be able to try it. So we're a couple minutes over, but I just want to give one last call for anybody in the attendees or any of the panelists. If you have any other follow-up questions, feel free to do that now. And I just want to say thank you again to all of our panelists. We had some really fantastic presentations, and I just want to again plug that we have day 2 tomorrow of the conference, and we have some other fantastic presentations on the way tomorrow. So I hope to see everyone there. So please feel free to reach out to our presenters if you have any other follow-up questions. And thank you everyone for a successful first day of the conference. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Strata. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.